So that's why I had a lot of belief in the service industry, and I see a lot of potential. And that's why I want to make sure that if I like to eat, now I see a huge potential in this market, in this industry, and it's perfect. Let's do it. And then if today you ask me, what do I want to do in the future? I will tell you, I want to open a restaurant chain. Because I believe that can bring change to society. And the reason I say why is because I believe it can bring changes to customer, it can bring changes to the industry, and it can bring changes to the communities that we live in. Why? It can bring changes to customer because dining culture is one of the most important ways for people to interact with each other in China. That's why if you see the Chinese restaurant, I think many of you have been to Chinese restaurants. There are good ones, there are those not so original ones. Anyway, you all eat on the round table. Because on the round table, you can see each other and you can have a dialogue, have a conversation with every single one on the table. And that is the most important social spaces in our culture. And having a restaurant, we create spaces for customers to come here, have a quality time with their friends and with their family. I want to bring changes to this industry because a lot of nations, a lot of economy are developing. But the standard, especially the standard of the service industry, is a symbol of the development of the civilization. And I believe, use the quote that many of you heard yesterday, and I believe service should truly serve. And I believe the opening a restaurant chain can bring changes to the community, because now the community are fast developing. Young people, especially young people, starting to have different ways of living. The gap between generations are increasing. And I believe the dining table is what brings different generations together. Because you will not go clubbing with your grandparents, but you will have a very nice dinner, have a very nice conversation with your grandparents. And that's how we bring the tradition, bring the most important values of our society together. And that's why I believe I still want to open a restaurant chain. But it's no longer about me liking to eat. It's no longer about the needs and the market size of this industry, but it's about what we can bring to the society that we live in. And I believe this is the most important value and the most important contribution that I, as a youth organization, can bring to young people. That our value-based platform enables young people to connect their ideas and values together with their action. And I believe that's the reason why all of us are here. So to open today, I would like to welcome on stage the founder of this fantastic venue, Moscow School of Business, South Kovo, and the president of Moscow Business School and the president of Troika Dialogue, Mr. Ruben Vardanyan.
Good morning and welcome to Moscow. I arrived 6:30 in the morning, 3 meters from Barcelona. I thought it would be exhausted, but when I realized you came here 6 o'clock in the morning already begging us to wake up you, I said, okay, no chance. I need to be more energetic what you are. But I saw how you welcome to each other. I realized you're very young. I'm very old already. I started my business when I was 23 years old. It was 20 years ago, and it was a different country in the time when I started the business. It was a different time in our system. And during these 20 years, I did a lot of projects. One of the projects you are here, you see the project that I did with my partners, my colleagues. We built a school, and it was 7 years ago. And I don't want to do a long speech. You will have today, full day of the discussion about entrepreneurship, about the success, about the leadership. I won't share with you only 5 points, which I thought was one of the key elements of my success, and I hope maybe will help some of you to make your own choice and make your own decision about opening the restaurant. I also like the food, by the way, Chinese also. But I think Armenian, I also like Armenian cuisine. But coming back about the dream and about your goals and your ambitions, I want to just tell you very short 5 stories, and I want to share with you my personal experience also. I think it will be most useful for you. The first, don't be scared to think big. When I was 22 years old, I said I want to change the world. I believed in time that Russia was in transformation. Nobody knows anything about investment banking. If you looked at 1981, it was Soviet Union, Communist Party was controlling the country, and I started investment bank. 22 years old, no experience, no money, $35,000, no clients, no regulations, no product, no infrastructure. But any business plan by any education program when you go in the universities will say no chance to be successful. But because I thought long term, I choose the right direction, and many people didn't realize that it exists. When I started this project with the business school, I had the privilege to meet one of the most admired persons I met in my life is the Minister Mentor of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew. He came to Moscow because he was a board member of the JP Morgan Chase, and we had a very long discussion, and I invited him to become board member, international advisor board member of our school, and he accepted. I was shocked. I was 14 years old, 35, 37, he didn't know me before. It's the first time he was in Russia, and the project was in the paper and in my head only. After many years, he came every year here to the school, meeting the students, meeting the founding members, and he promised me if I will build the school, he will come with me to Armenia. He went with me to Armenia with his daughter, and then he spent 3 days in Armenia. And I asked him why he joined the project, and he started to tell me stories that he believes that Singapore, in the 20 years time, they will build stronger competition against the Shanghai and Mumbai because they are bigger, more energetic, more infrastructure will be bigger, people will become more professional. It'll be much more difficult for Singapore to compete against the Singapore in 20 years time. And he believes in 20 years time the flights will be quicker and the people can fly easier. And a 7 hours flight around Singapore will be distance that you want to be continue to have communication and networking. And because Russia is most part of the 7 hours, the territory of Russia is really achievable from Singapore to 7 hours flight, he believes in for him to be connected to the project which will be about business leaders in the future will be very important for the future of Singapore. I asked him, I was shocked because he was, in the time when I spoke with him, he was 87. I asked him, what is your vision about the future of the country with your plans? It's 8 years only. 8 years, okay? And I will say, we are all very young, we all very young, comparing him, but he is 87, thinking about 8 years ahead, how he can continue competitive, not today, but tomorrow, and not tomorrow, but 8 years time ahead. I think it's one of the best examples about thinking about long term, one of the key success elements of the people who really realizing the trend and where the world is going. The second thing, big. You're here. 2005 in Russia, where no business schools. It was many MBA programs in many universities, but it was no business school existed in this type of business school. And I went to my colleagues and said, I want to build a business school which will be one of the top business schools in the world because I see the education industry will transform. I believe that Russia will become one of the most attractive places for people to learn how to do business in Russia, China, India, and other emerging countries. And we need to build something which will be visible and serious. And we started discussion about a project about $5 million or $10 million project to build a school. I said, no way, we cannot do it. Because if we want to do it, it really needs to be big. Big by ambition, big by positioning. And not by size, by material, but also by the dream. And we spent $500 million on this project. It was unbelievable project for Russia and for any case, because it was no government financing. It was all personal money people provide for this project. And the loans that we took to build the school for the future of the Russia. Because I believe the future of the Russia will be people. People is main asset. And this is I think the third is a key element of how you measure your success. What's the criteria of your success measurement? Because all of us is very different. For some people, it's very important to have power. For some people, want to have a lot of money. Some people want to be recognized and admired because they did something very important. Some people want to have fun. All of us want to have all those together. But it's very difficult. When one day you need to choose one of these criteria, which will be main driver to you, because despite all these four is very, very connected, one of them needs to be key for you to drive yourself. And the drive yourself is very difficult because most of us want to have a normal life, want to have a normal, decent life with a very predictable. And thinking out of the box, a little bit crazy. Be ready to be crazy and be ready to be failing. And that's one of the last points I want to say to you. Don't be scared to fail, in emerging markets especially, because failing is one of the elements of becoming successful. And failure is nothing bad if you can come back and start again. And in doing my career, it was a lot of failing and I made a lot of mistakes, but believe me, it's one of my biggest, strongest points. If I had a dream, I go directly without looking back and saying I need to achieve this goal. And if I failed, I started again, and failed, I started again. I won't say you think long term, think big, out of the box, choose your criteria of success, and don't be scared to fail. Good luck, although I wish you all the best.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm going to welcome on the stage the host of today. A very, very inspiring, amazing person who actually made me change my speech of today because I had a routine once. But then I felt it's more important to share something that is really deep in my heart. So let's welcome on the stage someone that you probably met yesterday already, the host of today's event, Phil Clothier.
Can we take the PowerPoint, please? This lady is a friend of mine. She's an evolutionary biologist called Elizabeth Sartoris. And she talks about the evolution of humanity really down to two things. One is the opposable thumb, the ability to manipulate tools. And the second is storytelling. Because when you tell someone a story, and you tell someone a story of what you just did, they say, "Oh, I had no idea you could do that." And now your life has become possible in their life as well, and your achievements have become a possibility for them as well. So today is a lot about storytelling. Not many people can claim that their life has been transformed by a fridge magnet. 10 years ago I walked into a kitchen and I saw this fridge magnet, and it had a profound effect on me. And I went to study this idea over the next 2 years. I've now defined happiness as follows. Happiness is the extent to which you live in love as opposed to living in fear. Happiness is the extent to which you live in love as opposed to living in fear. And during the course of today, we're going to be talking about how to create the lives we want, create the businesses we want, create the futures we want, and to do that using values. And one of the checks I'd ask every time you make a major life decision is to check, am I making this decision from love, or am I making this decision from fear? And you'll know that feeling inside. And please be aware of the choice you're making. So it's been very clear to us for at least the last 10 years that business is the most powerful institution on the planet. And governments are struggling to make the changes that they want to make, and there are so many businesses who are really making incredible changes. Big corporations, but more and more small entrepreneurial businesses who are seeing their part in the transformation of the planet and creating miracles. And I said this yesterday, I want to repeat it. The answer is unity. Now what's the question? And so today, we're going to be exploring these three big topics: innovation, entrepreneurship, and corporate responsibility. And let me introduce you now to who's going to be looking after you during today. So, very soon, our first keynote speaker is Carsten Sudoff from the World Economic Forum. And then I'll be taking over one other small piece, just to connect the values piece from yesterday. We have a break. And then we have the workshops. You'll be moving out of here into the workshops that happen all before lunch. And so we want to thank Alcatel-Lucent, DHL, EF, ING, Husqvarna, Ingersoll Rand, Electrolux, Vale, PwC, TCS, and Unilever for running those workshops. And then this afternoon, we'll be coming back for major theme talks with John Mitchell from DHL, John Froder from Podio, and Will McInnes from Nixon McInnes. So we have a quite remarkable day lined up in terms of the people who are here to talk. The magic of values is your chance to really do some work for yourself. And we'll be taking the values assessment results that so many of you have participated in, and you'll be getting to do some real work during that time. And then we'll take a break before we get into the last session, which is a panel session regarding the future of work. So, as I said, we have quite a remarkable day lined up for you. And now, I'm going to say, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Carsten to the stage. You on? Okay. You may need to be a little bit higher. Maybe just do this again. Let's try that.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes?
I'm done.
Okay. So, Carsten, I would really like you to just very briefly introduce yourself and then say just a couple of sentences about your deepest belief about what it is you're going to be talking about this morning.
With pleasure. I am currently serving as the Global Head of Human Resources at the World Economic Forum. I moved from the corporate environment where I spent the last 12 years of my life working for a huge 400,000 people business company called Daimler Chrysler. So I switched from the industry to the non-for-profit sector 4 years ago. And the fantastic beauty about the job that I have is not only working with these incredible people that work in and through and with the forum, but also to get to speak to people like you and have occasions like this one. So I'm very thankful for being here today. Which brings us to the question that you asked me. So I truly believe that we are at a point where the way that we interact with each other, the way that we collaborate with each other, the need to collaborate, to be more mindful, to be more aware of what is going on around us, is very different from what it used to be. We can no longer continue doing what we used to do. Something has to give, and which is why I'm here. I have to excite you.
Okay, I'll give you Carson.
Thank you, sir.
The answer you give to the question, what is leadership, is not just a philosophical answer. It's a very consequential answer. Because the image we have in our mind, of course, drives the way we think, the way we feel, the way we act in the world.
Leadership is the capacity to obviously engage and inspire, but also the capacity to have a sense of purpose that embodies some of the challenges the world is facing.
They have a role not only as an individual contributor, but as someone who has to care about the system.
Look at today's world, it's such an interconnected world. Today's young professionals who want to become leaders, what they need to do is to understand how to influence people through a variety of new mechanisms, and really understand how to lead horizontally and vertically.
It's all about how do you invent and reinvent yourself and invent and reinvent the contribution you want to make to society.
You have to use your intuition, you have to use your aesthetic sense, you have to have really amazing skills with people, and you have to be attuned to people.
It's really about very, very good coordination skills, but also some degree of inspiration and vision, how they can inspire and get people to put their creative energies behind some activity.
The characteristics of a good leader would be someone who has a wonderful capacity for listening and really trying to understand what do people care about. It entails someone who's willing to actually move forward and to move with the interests of the people, to move with the interests that are there. That takes a savvy person, a courageous person, and a person who is able to really listen and understand.
You have no idea how excited I am to be speaking to you today. What a great chance, and thank you for having me. I'll be speaking about the new models of leadership. You see that on the board behind me. And I arrived yesterday afternoon, just in time to see 600 of you doing a couple of roll calls. Pretty impressive, I must say. I tried to do it in my room yesterday evening, but I leave it to you. The topic of the new models of leadership fits perfectly well to those three key themes that we have chosen for this year's Y2B conference: innovation, entrepreneurship, and corporate responsibility. And so, if you are aspiring to take on a leadership role, or you have just assumed a leadership role lately, or you're just simply interested in gaining further perspective about how to lead, then please join me on a journey in which I will try and draw a picture of the backdrop against which leadership is taking place today and tomorrow, and a picture that I'll try and draw about the role that you have, the role that I have, in creating this eco-space that is necessary to really generate the levels of collaboration, of mindfulness, and of togetherness that are needed to solve the problems that the world has today and tomorrow. Well, today's leaders are struggling with a myriad of different problems, be they ecologic, be it societal, be it transformational, be it geopolitical, be it economic, whatever. It is no longer possible to believe that an economic problem in one region will stay confined to that one region and not spread across the world. Likewise, it is not possible to believe that an environmental risk will not reverberate across the world, because it will. If you think back about a year and a half ago, the seemingly global catastrophe, the one in Fukushima, reverberated across the entire world with significant negative impact on the entire global supply chain. Now the underlying system, or the concept here, is systemic connectivity, which means that the choice or the decisions of a leader are not only dependent or subject to the leader's own choices, but also to the choices of other leaders around the world, maybe in very different locations. And that is different than what it used to be, because in former times, the leader, whoever that might have been, was focusing on his or her immediate environment and did not have to deal with global problems or issues of transformational nature. So one could speak of a quantum change that is happening, and let me try and draw this picture for you. Imagine yourself as a leader. Imagine yourself as a leader today or tomorrow in larger roles. Now this poor leader has to think about it, because he has to think about, for instance, resource scarcity. Well, we know about financial resource scarcity, and we know about natural resource scarcity. But there's another one which is coming up, and that's you guys, talent resource scarcity. You could say, well, I mean, there's so many people around, what's this guy talking about talent resource scarcity? Well, if you put yourself in the shoes of the leader, that leader has to understand, what do I have to do to make sure that I attract you guys to come and work for me? And what does it take me as a leader to actually then retain you? What is it as a leader that I have to do to excite you, to motivate you, to make you happy, to develop you, to coach you, to give you feedback? All these things have to happen in the brain of a leader. The demographic and the societal shifts. We heard about it this morning, we heard about it yesterday. We are all aging, some faster than others it seems, but as a general rule we are all aging. And you see organizations now employing the 60, 65, 70, maybe 72-year-old on the one end of the spectrum. And the other end of the spectrum you have you guys, the 19, 20, 22, 24-year-old. Now this poor leader has to find ways to mitigate the needs and wants and the desires of these very different generations. What does the leader have to do to really understand what these generations want? How does the leader have to behave to bridge the gap between these different generations? New technologies and swarm clouds. Now, with the invention of the internet and open source platforms and swarm cloud environments, we see that the command and control structures that are still heavily existing in large organizations, they're losing their exclusivity. Instead, open source platforms and swarm cloud environments are creating a push from control at the center to creativity at the periphery. And obviously we know that social media is a great tool because you communicate to your peers and to your colleagues instantaneously. The feedback loops are shortened in their time from weeks to minutes, and you have great chances of generating feedback. On the other hand, we know also that it takes nearly 140 character posts on Twitter to destroy a leader's reputation. Globalization, interdependence, and virtualization is the next dimension that I'd like to speak about. So while the internet is providing an abundance of real-time information, it is also creating a new culture in which large groups of individuals are engaged in dialogue and in decision-making. Information, experience, and knowledge, it seems, can be transferred at the click of the button. More and more work we know is done by teams rather than individuals, and the speed and pressure to innovate is skyrocketing. But what about this virtualization? Now, that's causing further headache to this poor leader. Imagine I am a leader, I sit in location A, and my people sit in location B, C, and D. Now what do I need to do as a leader to make sure that my vision, my ideas, and my strategy actually not only gets communicated to these people, but that these people actually understand it and buy in? And on the flip side of that, what do I need to do? What behavior do I need to show to open these people up, to co-design innovation with me, to trust me, to feed back to me and help me run the team. The fifth dimension is the turmoil in the financial sector and what some could call the absence of global governance. Recent events highlight in a pretty dramatic way how interdependent and complex our world has become. And we also can see that ambiguity and complexity are now part of every planning scenario. And last but not least, it's a beautiful rainbow at the end, my personal favorite, the emergence of super wicked problems. Has anybody heard that term before? It's stuff like small things like climate change, world hunger, global supply chain problems, and so on. Now these issues, these problems, are so huge, and their potential negative impact on society is so dramatic that no individual by himself, by herself, can solve it. So as a consequence, these scenarios are creating an incredible push for unity, for collaboration, for innovation, for entrepreneurship, for social responsibility and togetherness, across companies, across industries, and across regions. Now all these things are happening simultaneously, and they're all impacting the poor leader at the same time. However, or maybe because of that, we do see that leadership collectively around the world is exhibiting quite a high degree of inertia. The European financial crisis, or the signals of the financial crisis that I just mentioned, they're not new. They've been around for quite some time. Likewise, the signals of the climate change were around. Yet, leadership collectively decided to turn a blind eye and not do anything. Is it surprising that the public is complaining about the absence of leadership? Probably not. So in order to solve the world's So in order to solve the challenges of tomorrow, and in order to drive the necessary levels of innovation, leadership jointly needs to overcome these shared blind spots and exhibit a willingness to collaborate across the different boundaries of the systems that they work in. The leaders need to be able to develop the capability not just to look at their own immediate environment, but also to develop a much larger systems awareness. Against the backdrop of this quantum change, I think we need to redefine what leadership stands for. And I'm not talking about a process change or a skill change. I'm talking about a significant mind shift change that will need to be transported by significantly different behaviors. I believe that the sustainable success of a leader, and therefore of society, to innovate will be driven by the leader's ability to be entrepreneurial, but also to be willing to reflect, to be mindful of others, and to be aware of the fact that one's own behavior has an impact on those around you, whether the leader wants to or not. And I'll share the research of two areas in science with you, because I think that kind of helps hammer in this point. Recent neuroscientific evidence shows that our movement, our speech, and our behavior have an impact on those around us, consciously or not. With the discovery of mirror neurons, you might have heard about that, science can today prove how we are connected to the world, but more importantly, how we are connected to one another. Equally, on the basis of quantum mechanical understanding, some of you might be interested in reading quantum physics. Actually, it's pretty interesting. We today understand how we are all connected in a unified field, and what affects one affects us all. So a leader of tomorrow will need to be inclusive. We need to be capable of building bridges. The leader will need to be willing and able to have the energy to drive social change and focus also on social profit, not just on financial profit. The behavior I'm thinking of will include the display of own vulnerability, we just heard it a couple of moments ago, the admitting of own mistakes, and the acceptance that one does not have all the answers to all the questions all the time. I'm certainly not suggesting that I want an entire generation of leaders to falsely believe that 100% failure is fine, or that having public breakdown after public breakdown is a noble path forward for society. But we do need to more widely share the fact that vulnerability in a leader is actually a sign of strength. That inner doubt is a path forward for growth, and that leadership has an unspoken price that needs speaking. And this behavior will require that the leader embarks upon an inner and an outer journey, and a journey that reaches far beyond the pure IQ of the leader and reaches into what we would call the inner and the outer journey. Let me be a bit more specific here. Now, the outer journey describes the crucible experiences in which leadership are typically formed. In large organizations, they use their funds, their stretch, their scope, their scale, and all that to create an environment in which leaders and future leaders can learn how to manage complex stakeholders or to produce meaningful work. I have no doubt that these large organizations are great at creating the environment for this outer journey. But what about the inner journey? I feel that the hyper-homogeneity that you find in these large organizations, the extreme work pressure and the focus on power make these organizations oftentimes a poor setting for the inner journey. So while the inner journey focuses on challenges and on risks, the inner journey describes how leaders learn through reflection, through mentoring, and through practice. The inner journey is asking from us a sense of contribution, and embarking on this journey means not only to think about ourselves, but to be aware of our behaviors, what our behaviors do on other people. And it's exactly this word, awareness, that lies at the center of the inner journey. In detail, what I think of here is obviously the emotional aspect, by which I mean empathy, social awareness, altruism, mindfulness, learning from failure, and critique. It also includes the intellectual aspect, which means the deep mastery, the creativity, the innovation, passion, and having a worldview. And finally, the social aspect, by which I mean the creation of ecosystems, the building of deep relationships, and the strong ties to the people. Now, all this is nice. It's interesting to talk about the quantum change that is happening, the super problems, the scarcity of resources, but what does it mean for you? What does it mean for you in your current role, on your current level of your life cycle? What does it mean? What does it mean tomorrow? And I'd like to spend the next few minutes on exactly this aspect. What can you do? What can we do to create an ecosystem that is capable of creating sufficiently high levels of collaboration to solve the problem of tomorrow? So by no means is this an exhaustive list. This is just an eye-opener, just a door-opener. So if you think of what you want to do, who you want to stand for, what you want to stand for, what role and what, let's say, philosophy of leadership you want to embark upon, let me give you a couple of my ideas. So let's assume you could create an atmosphere of empathy around you. Let's assume that you could support and praise leaders in your environment, in your organizations, in IESEC, that actually not only intellectually understand this notion of awareness and mindfulness and reflection, but who actually serve as a role model for that. You yourself, you can serve as a role model for the social responsibility aspects in your life. And you can do that in a way that you excite other people to join you or even copy you. You can embrace ambiguity, uncertainty, and complexity because, you know what, they're going to stay. And by being aware of your own limitations, and by acknowledging your own vulnerability, you will create a level of authenticity of yourself that will make it easy for other people to just join in and help you co-design innovation. By creating the safe space around you, you will have a chance to propagate the benefits of the we over the I. Now this also works if you decide to work in the financial sector, or if you decide to be an investor. Let me give you the reason why. Financially supporting a business idea, as a venture capitalist, but also as any other investor, you obviously immediately also support the entrepreneur or the leader behind this idea. And by supporting the entrepreneur or the leader, you automatically also support the philosophy that this person embodies with regard to leadership. This works both ways. Financially supporting an entrepreneur who is striving to create a culture of empathy and respect who uses feedback and collaboration to really establish a safe space for those around him, this investment will have very strong signals in the market that this investor is operating in. Investing in an entrepreneur, in a business idea, in a leader, on the other hand, who embodies a more rigid command and control approach to leadership, and who shows little interest in using self-reflection and awareness for the people around him. This investment might still yield a financial profit, but it will probably fall short of its signaling effect to prove to the society the benefits of these new models of leadership. And the last one I would like to turn to is probably the most important one, and it's obviously it's definitely my favorite one, the role that education, the role that government plays in this. Now, when we talk about awareness and mindfulness, of course we can train people at the age of 30, at the age of 40, I'll come to that later. But let me start with early childhood education. Think of parents, think of teachers and caretakers. The incentive system and the behaviors that parents and caretakers apply to the education of youngest children definitely has an impact on that child's later ability and willingness to be reflective, to be mindful of others, and to be self-aware. Therefore, it's crucial that schools and parents in close collaboration actually expose the child more systematically to learning opportunities that nurture the kids' interest in becoming agile and to deepen the child's sense for collectivism and collaboration. While teachers need to be given the tools and the processes to move seamlessly between the intellectual and the emotional domain, kids need to be given the chance to take an active role in their community, giving them first-hand experiences to the benefits of collaborating with others, being entrepreneurial and curious. The next step, of course, now is moving to schools, universities, or business schools. You guys. Universities and business schools need to more actively put the term of mindfulness on their agenda. We need to spend more time thinking and teaching what it actually means that people are different. What's the notion about psychometric differences? And actually this is important. Not only if you're a business major, it doesn't matter what you study, because we're talking about the way that human beings interact with each other. And there's another thing that I think business schools and universities should do much more of. Rather than having the business case on the GEs and the Shells of this world, do the business casing behind social entrepreneurship. Think of and study why these organizations are successful and why can they sustain. For those of you who are not so familiar with the term social entrepreneurship, the typical normal entrepreneur would put financial profit in the center of his attention, while the social entrepreneur puts the social profit at the center of attention, which doesn't mean that the social entrepreneur doesn't make a profit. And then finally, we move up the hierarchy into the organizations. Now there it is crucial that companies, organizations, employers around the world focus and adjust their own incentive systems, their own performance evaluation systems, to also include areas around mindfulness and awareness. That people get promoted based on their ability to think thoroughly about also the human resources at hand. Companies should organize training possibilities where leaders and potential leaders are taken outside their comfort zone to learn what the hell it means to be self-aware, what the hell it means to get feedback and use it to reflect and put that into your own behavior. All this is important, and this is my last slide, all this is important to link. It is important that these three pillars of society actually link up and make sure that there's a pipelining effect, that the impact, that the focus is there on collaboration, on training people, exposing people to this idea of collaborating with each other. So, before closing, and I was just given the 0 minutes page, we are all born with the possibility of becoming a source for innovation, for inspiration, support for other people. Yet, only very few of us actually do that, because it takes determination, persistence, time, and energy. So my last wise words to you could be, take time at the end of every day and reflect on how people have actually reacted to you in their interactions with you. Ask them regularly how you have come across in their meetings with you, and use that feedback for the behavior of tomorrow. After all, we're all in this together, Thank you very much for your understanding.
So we have just a few minutes for maybe one or two questions, if anybody has a question for Carsten.
Or critical comments.
You're going to have to shout, and I'll repeat the question. Actually, let me just see if I can find a microphone.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Manuela. You talked about an investor not investing only in the business, but also in the entrepreneur and in the underlying mindset of the entrepreneur. Do you think that this is currently a reality in how investment is working and is changing?
It is. It's a great question. It's not reality, let's say, across the board. But if you look at what is happening in some major financial hubs of this world, the investment scene calls that sustainable investment. So there's an incredible push to find companies and leaders that actually not just produce sexy products, but actually organizations that do something which also has a positive kickback effect to society, and while having leaders and entrepreneurs in there that actually help embody this role model behavior. It's a small group. It's I think it's if I remember the numbers correctly from The Economist, it's a $5 billion market, tiny, but growing like crazy. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more comment. Okay, let's can we get the microphone up there, please? If you can put your hand up again, please. Thank you. This is exercise time.
Thanks. This is Jim Arawa from Mexico. In mostly every education system, the schools seem to teach the kids how to think in a very way, in a very particular way. So they kill that creativity on the kids. How could you innovate in order to permit those education systems to teach these kids how to think different out of the box?
I love that question. I don't think of anything else that could be as precise and as targeted as that question. Just Will and I spoke about this in the bus coming here. If you consider the fact that information is publicly available, no matter where you sit, no matter who you are, anybody has the same amount of information. Just Google it. But the quality or the competency to actually take the information and synthesize it, distill it, and use it for something meaningful is something that you need, otherwise you're just drowning in information. Yet, schools don't teach it. There's an interesting website that I might attract you to called curriculumredesign.org, founded about a year ago by a guy called Charles Fadel, who after many years in the corporate environment, being a statistician, a mathematician, an expert on artificial intelligence, realized that the problems of tomorrow need competencies that the education system of today is not providing. So he started his own organization, and there are some signals, some countries realizing we need to change. You could even go further and say the financial allocation of resources in the education system is the wrong way around. We invest nothing in early childhood and billions into business schools. It should be the other way around, because whatever you not do, whatever you fail to do in the early childhood takes a lot more time and is a lot less likely to succeed later on. Did I answer your question? Thank you, very good. I think we said 2 questions. I'm happy to take questions later on. I'm going to be here, so I want to honor the agenda.
Thank you so much. When I started in this field of work about 15 years ago, making a speech like this and saying words like Carsten is talking about, he would have been called a new age weirdo. And it's so wonderful that these conversations now are really becoming mainstream in business. So I now want to hand over to our next keynote speaker, Vishen Lakhani. Vishen is an ISEC alumni, and he's going to present himself in his slides. So over to you, Vishen.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So, firstly, in 1995, I got involved with ISAC when I stumbled upon this brochure at the University of Michigan in the US. Any ISAC Americans here? So, 1996, I attended my first conference. I was innocent before 1996. In 1997, I became a trainee in Bulgaria. Trainee in LC Vana. 1998, I attended IC in Finland, Sweden. Finnish people, where are you? You gave me my first public nudity experience in a sauna. Now, 1999 to 2000, I joined the USMC. I joined the USMC basically because no other company was hiring me at that time, because I almost flunked out of college. But it was an amazing experience, and I felt like I'd gone through an MBA in like the 12 months I was there. 2000, Ural, Slovenia. I met my wife. Anyone here from Slovenia? Thank you. So my wife, Christina, raise your hand. So she was on the MC in Norway and in Estonia. Norwegian is Estonia. So we met, so that also kind of gives you an idea of how old we are. Then she somehow got me to chair a conference in Norway. We ended up falling in love, and now it's been 12 years, and we got married in Malaysia in 2003. You heard that statistic, 1 in 7 ISACers marry another ISACer. That is kind of true. We have now reproduced. I'm not sure if you're more excited about the reproduction part or the fact that it's like 100 years. Okay, so when I was in college at the University of Michigan, I set a goal for myself. Someday I wanted to, give back to ISAC and hire about 100 ISAC trainees. In 2003, while I was on my second traineeship in San Francisco, so I'm a Malaysian, I was doing a traineeship in San Francisco. At nights, I started a company called Mindvalley, and that was in 2003. So we're now about 9 years old. And we employ 100 people from 31 countries, but get this, right now we have 30 trainees working for us. And since we started, we've hired 61 trainees. So we're about 61% of that goal. So that's pretty cool, I hope. And I'm hoping to hit 100 trainees hired in the next 3 or 4 years. Now, one of the interesting things about Mindvalley is, if you look at, okay, so first let me tell you what we do. We're a media company. We believe in taking education that you do not get in college and bringing it to the world. Things such as advanced goal setting, relationships, meditation, the stuff that's too cutting edge to make it into mainstream education. We build the websites, the media channels, the iPhone apps, even we have our own festival to get these ideas out to the masses. And that is my executive team. Now the interesting thing about my senior executive team is those are the number of people who gave advice. These people all helped me start the company. They all have equity in the company. Some of them at this point are at least on paper millionaires. And they've been with us, and they started with us as an ISAC trainee 2 or 3 years ago. So I want to share with you a couple of ideas, right, that you can take back. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is that almost everything you've learned up to now in your education is pretty much going to be useless in the next couple of years. First thing I want to share is that the world is changing at an unprecedented rate. And while your education may not have given you the right tools, and you'll see in a moment why, there are a couple of things I want to make you aware of that might give you an edge over a lot of other people in the world. So that man there is Ray Kurzweil. He's considered the 8th most influential American entrepreneur and the Edison of the modern time. Many of the devices that you use was invented by Ray. He's literally one of the smartest men on the planet. Now Ray is known for his theory of the singularity. Basically what he said is that by the year 2050, there will be a computer that will have the collective intelligence of the entire 9 billion people on the planet at that point. That is the rate of progress of technology. It's growing at an accelerated rate. So much so that a Maasai warrior in Kenya today has access to more information. Yay, Kenya. Hello. I didn't say it, sure, but I love your enthusiasm. A Maasai warrior in Kenya today has access to more of the world's information than Ronald Reagan, the President of the United States, had 20 years ago. That is the accelerated rate of technological progress. Look at this, okay, right now, in about 10 years, they will be able to produce a computer with the intelligence of one human being. 30 years from now, there will be a computer with the collective intelligence of the entire human race. We will basically be merging with computers, according to Ray. But think the information revolution was big? What's happening next is going to be the manufacturing revolution. What you're seeing on the screen right now is a 3D printer. 3D printers can print devices. They can print human organs. You can now print a Stradivarius violin on a 3D printer. But here's the scary part. 70% of the parts of a 3D printer can be printed by a 3D printer. And in 10 years, 3D printers will be able to print themselves. What this means is that if those of you are kicking yourself because you were not graduating in 1998 when the internet was booming, don't worry, because the manufacturing revolution is emerging. And this is a huge, huge, huge thing that's going to change the way we live and the way we work. We literally be able to email each other a Stradivarius violin or print organs. Now, the education system is not keeping up. And one of the things I want to ask you is university education really necessary? I no longer think so. I think in most cases, the best thing you're going to get out of education is ISEC. In my case, the best thing and I mean that. I mean, my son is 5 years old. When he gets to university, I'm going to tell him, listen, I don't care if you get a good GPA. I don't care if you study hard. Just, get involved with ISEC, try to start a company, date girls from at least 10 different countries. I'm proud of you. So my friend, Michael Ellsberg, wrote a book called The Education of Millionaires. And Michael Ellsberg basically interviewed 100 millionaires and billionaires. And the interesting thing was, he found that many of the most successful people in the world today chose to completely skip education, skip college. And I'm not just talking about Mark Zuckerberg who started Facebook. I've noticed this in my life. About half the entrepreneurs I hang out with completely bypassed college. So how did they become successful? What did they do that was different? That's what I'd like to share with you. Now, one of the #1 things is find your tribe. The world is changing, and there's this new era of entrepreneurship that's forming, where people are getting together in groups that help each other out, and these groups are emerging all over the world. One of the entrepreneurs that Michael Ellsberg interviewed in his book, The Education of Millionaires, by the way, brilliant book, buy it, was this guy over here. His name is Elliot Bisnow. Elliot Bisnow, when he was 21 years old in college in Wisconsin, he decided that he was sick and tired of school. Wisconsin people here, I take it? No? Okay, great. So that was the house, that was a fake shirt. So Elliot Bisnow took $40,000 of credit card debt on his credit card. He invited the top 20 most influential entrepreneurs he could think of, including like Dustin Moskovitz, one of the guys who co-founded Facebook. And he said, I want to give you an all-expense-paid ski trip to Aspen. So he got these 20 entrepreneurs together, paid for their holiday in Aspen, and they came for each other. He was a 22-year-old kid, they didn't care about him, but guess what happened? That event sparked a revolution called Summit Series. The next trip he organized, 200 people came, and this time they paid. The third trip, 700 people came. They paid. I spoke at that event in DC. By the fourth trip, he was having people like Richard Branson coming to his events. People like Bill Clinton. His fourth trip, he hired an entire cruise. Elliot Bisnow is now the most connected 25-year-old in the planet. He has Bill Clinton, Richard Branson, Russell Simmons, all on his email address. And he started this venture 4 years ago. That is the power of connection. Now, Burning Man. Have you guys heard of Burning Man? Woo! See, unless you grew up in America, you may not have heard of it. What you see over there is a city of 50,000 people that's built in a playa in Nevada. A playa is a dried up riverbed. Almost everyone from Silicon Valley goes to Burning Man for 1 week every year to build their own society that lasts 7 days. Basically, they go there, they build constructions, beautiful art constructions. Some as impressive as that. They create their own vehicles. Money is completely banned. Even bartering is banned. Everybody goes there to create stuff and to just give away goods and services. They build beautiful artscapes like that. They chose to change the rules of the way the world works. They take lots of drugs, many of them don't wear any clothing, but the important thing that happens is, for 7 days every year, Silicon Valley, the smartest people in Silicon Valley, build their own utopian society for 7 days, and then they dismantle it, and they go home. And why do they do it? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's the drugs, maybe it's the nudity, maybe it's because of connection. But it's this really remarkable thing that's going on right now that you guys want to be aware of. And it's called collective entrepreneurial communities. They're opening up all over the world. Another one is something I started. So at Mindvalley, we started our own festival called Awesomeness Fest. Last year, we dedicated part of our proceeds to ISAC, and we were able to fly a couple of ISACers there, and in fact, write a $10,000 check for ISAC. And at Awesomeness Fest, basically, we bring in 200 entrepreneurs. They party together, they listen to amazing speakers, and they surf, they go on adventures. Again, a collective community coming together. You want to recognize that we are living in the age of accessibility. This is not your father's generation. Entrepreneurs today are driven by a need to connect, driven by a need to mentor, and it is so easy to get access to some of the smartest brains on the planet. I've had many opportunities to hang out with Richard Branson on this island, and he's open to this. He loves talking to young entrepreneurs, and it's not just Branson. You will be amazed at the people you can get access to if you simply know the right tribes to plug into. By the way, I hate Microsoft PowerPoint. I created this beautiful presentation in Apple Keynote. I had Branson record a video for you guys, but the video wouldn't convert to PowerPoint. I hope Microsoft is not a sponsor of this event, because screw me, god damn it, I lost that video. But anyway, the important thing is you have access to some of the smartest people in the world. You just gotta have the guts to get out there and reach out. Now another trend is self-education. Have you guys heard of Instagram? The guy who started Instagram and sold it for $1 billion, Kevin Systrom, he's now worth $400 million. He taught himself how to program. He did not learn programming in university. He basically took night classes, got online on the web, taught himself how to program, and in 2 years built a company that was worth $1 billion. Self-education is so easy right now. Udemy, you can go to a website called Udemy and take free courses by some of the most senior people from Google, from Facebook, courses on building companies, on marketing, on project management. At Mindvalley, we decided to merge the idea of a company and a school. We built a learning space called the Hall of Awesomeness. Right now, our new hall can hold about 150 people. And we bring in lecturers to come and give free classes to our trainees and employees. Another thing that's happening in many places, so this is one thing we're doing in Malaysia as part of Mindvalley, it's called Project Renaissance. We built an auditorium, we gathered to the public for free so that people can come and form their own meetup groups for design or web programming or entrepreneurship, again, all for free. And another opportunity for self-education is many entrepreneurs are now willingly sharing out their knowledge. At Mindvalley, we have a website called mindvalleyinsights.com where our trainees and myself actually share our tips, ideas on how we're building up Mindvalley. So one of the unique things about my company is we went from about 0 to 20 million in revenue without ever having to borrow any money. We have 61 trainees, but we open source the way we are doing it. So as we're building the company, we are sharing with other ISACers and the rest of the world exactly what we're doing so you can copy us. In other words, entrepreneurs today, like the people who run Mindvalley, like Richard Branson, are driven by a desire to contribute. In other words, to create more entrepreneurs. And because of this, the connections are accessible and the self-education opportunities are also accessible. Funding, it's never been easier to get funding. If you have an idea, this is the decade that it's probably ridiculously easy to get money for your idea. You can get on Kickstarter.com and get funding for a project or a movie or a film or a book. Recently, a couple of Google engineers launched Upstart.com. This is brilliant. If you are a smart 20-year-old right now, okay, people, entrepreneurs with money can now invest in you. That means, let me pick a random person. You. What's your name? So let's say David gets on Upstart.com. He can say, this is my resume. Give me $100,000 and for the next 10 years, I'll give you 10% of my income. And so if people believe in David, David instantly gets $100,000 to do anything he wants, start any business. We're investing in the people. Isn't that a unique idea? This is launching in a couple of weeks. Any of you can basically do this. In other words, you don't have to worry about even having an idea right now to get money. Now, one of my friends, his name is Mike Majkowicz, he is from Poland. He started a company called 99 Designs. But the crazy thing about, now again, I had a video for Mike, but screw you, Microsoft, the video wouldn't play. So Mike, at the age of 14, started a website called SitePoint. It didn't take him any money to start that website. He basically just learned HTML, put it up. 2 years later, he was able to buy a BMW cash. and became one of the richest young 16-year-olds in Toronto. At that point, he moved to Toronto. He went on to start another website called 99 Designs. After 2 years, he was able to sell a stake in it for $35 million in investment. Then he started Flippa.com, which is a website for people to trade websites. He's now in his fourth company, and he's still in his 20s. Serial entrepreneurship, the ability to start businesses with zero cash, is another huge possibility right now. Yes, the barrier to entry in the internet may be bigger right now because there are a lot more websites, but if you have an iPhone, you can learn to code iPhone apps. And there are 3 websites out there that will teach you. And I know guys who are in their mid-20s earning $30,000 a month in profit from their iPhone apps. In other words, there are huge opportunities out there. And I'd love to encourage you guys to take them. The road less traveled is often safer. People think entrepreneurship is risky. It's not. You know what's really risky? Being a slave in the corporate world. That's the last thing you want to do. Yeah, that's what most ISECers end up doing. Okay, so now what if you don't want to be an entrepreneur, right? There are organizations out there called game-changing organizations. These are startups which are doing amazing things for the planet that you want to be part of. Okay, now how close are you to a company's founder? If you join a corporation, you're basically like up to 10, 20 levels removed from the founder. In many corporations, the founder is dead, so you have no entrepreneurial mentors to help you. Now, if you're in a startup like Mindvalley, I have lunch with my trainees like once every few months. You're directly in access to the founder. In Mindvalley, about 20% of everyone who joins our company ends up becoming an entrepreneur in 2 years. Why? Because we're small, because everyone is connected, because you have access to the head of the company. So one of the things I want to encourage you to do is think about game-changing companies, companies which are still small, doing great things for the world, where you can have the opportunity to learn and grow. There's a website called Game Changers 500, actually started by an ex-ISECer from Canada called Andrew Hewitt, which lists all these game-changing companies. Go check it out. And I'd love for you guys as ISECers to be approaching these companies to ask them to take traineeships, because these are the jobs you want to be working for, not the soda companies or the candy companies, or worse, the companies that sell bullshit cigarettes. Okay, now, one of the most amazing companies out there, right, really changing the world, is the X Prize Foundation. Anyone heard of it? Okay, anybody here heard of the Curiosity rover that just made it to Mars? Awesome. Have you guys heard of private space travel? That's the man who made it possible. His name is Peter Diamandis. Peter Diamandis launches these competitions. He gets backers to put up like a $10 million prize, and he issues a challenge. Can we get a human being to the moon and back for under $20 million? Can we launch private space travel? And he's made these competitions so successful that the first one that he launched, the first X Prize, led to private space travel. Now he's working with Google to launch an X Prize to create fuel-efficient cars. That was the result of his first X Prize. Thanks to Peter Diamandis, private space travel is now possible via Virgin Galactic and SpaceX. And the newest X Prize is to basically get a man to the moon and back. Now these are game-changing organizations. Imagine if ISECers were working for people like Peter Diamandis. Imagine the impact you can have on the planet. And this is just one of many organizations. My point to you is, don't settle for the safe corporate job. Become an entrepreneur. This is the best time on the planet to do it. Or join a game-changing organization where you can actually make a difference, get in contact with powerful people, learn, grow, make an impact. One of the things that most excites me right now is how do we get the world's smartest people working to solve the world's biggest problems. And the question I really want to pose to you is, do you as ISEC people, some of the smartest 20-somethings I know on the planet, do you want to grow up to be pitching candy or sending a man to space? Okay? And one of the things I want to do, I've been working to do, is open up some of the most influential people in the world to the idea of ISEC. And I have a message from Peter Diamandis. Could we play that video, please? Anybody got a picture?
And also the author of Abundance. Congratulations on your conference and the extraordinary work that you're doing. Personally, I look forward to working with you. I'm looking for extraordinary, brilliant young people from around the world to help us change the world, really solve the world's great challenges, and to create a world of abundance.
Peter Diamandis. So We have just set up a connection with the XPRIZE Foundation and ISEC US. And I'm going to now leave it to you, ISEC US, to close it. But what I'd love to see is that more game changers like Peter Diamandis, who's one of the most influential people in the world right now, are aware of ISEC and bringing in this talent into their organizations. That's what Peter said, looking for extraordinary, brilliant young people from around the world to really help us change the world, solve the world's grand challenges, and really create a world of abundance. Don't settle. Help us build electric cars that can put the oil companies out of business. Help us come up with new ideas that can end childhood obesity. Help us create companies that actually value employee growth and happiness. Help us get a man to Mars. Help us understand the human gene so we can allow people to live to be 200. Help us put freaking companies like Coca-Cola out of business because they sell sugary crap, and to instead use their distribution networks to get pure water to people without plastic bottles that pollute the earth. That is what I want you guys to do. So seriously, don't settle. Don't sacrifice your potential. Don't give up on the planet and fix the problems that my generation created. You guys are some of the most brilliant people the world has ever seen, and you're living in one of the most opportunistic times the world has ever seen. All I ask is this. I'm not asking that you leave here and upon your graduation, you go and join a non-profit. All I'm asking is that you don't work for companies that are screwing up the world, but you choose to work for companies that are going to make the world better for your children. Thank you.
So 10 minutes before Vishen came on stage, we weren't even sure if he was going to be here. And are we happy he came? Thank you so much. So, we have time for just one or two questions or comments. And if anybody has one. Yes, up here. So we're going to deliver you a microphone.
When I hear you speak, I have the impression that things are so easy, things are so simple. The way you speak is like the world is like we already live in paradise. So I wish to know what were the difficulties you faced while building up your company, that's one. And two, you talk about funding, the simplicity of getting funding for our projects. Personally, I've been doing so much endeavors, and that's very difficult nowadays getting funding from banks. But the way you just like explain it, it is so like simple that people are just there to give money out. So can you like give us more details about it? First, what are the difficulties you face before setting up your company? Secondly, about the funding.
That's like 3 questions, and each of that can be a speech on its own. But I'll do my best. Firstly, we are living in paradise. The world is getting better at an astonishing rate. Buy Peter Diamandis' book, Abundance. The book is by Peter Diamandis. It's Abundance. Read the book, it will quicken blow your mind. Money is easily accessible. So I mentioned a couple of ideas on how you can get funding, right? For example, if you live in Malaysia, which is where I live, the government will, if you have an idea, the government will basically give you about 50,000 US to help make that idea. Lots of companies, lots of countries are doing that. Now, if you live in a country that maybe doesn't have the opportunities, guess what? You have your ISEC connection. Try to get to another company that does. I personally employ ISECers from all around the world. I have Sudanese business partners. I have business partners from Argentina. Many of them came as ISEC trainees, joined my company, they came up with an idea, I funded them, they now have their own business. You just got to get into the right company. But ultimately, you're going to find what you seek for. If you have an attitude that funding is hard, that entrepreneurship is hard, that life is going to be an uphill battle, that is what you're going to experience. But if, like me, you believe it's all easy, it's all a piece of cake, and you are blessed with amazing luck, that's what you're going to discover. Now, of course, there's more to that due to the limitations of time. Go to my blog, mindvalleyinsights.com. If you have any questions, just ask it to me on our Facebook fan page, mindvalleyinsights.com. I'll be happy to answer in more detail there and point you in the right direction.
Fabulous, thank you. Actually, we've run out of time now, so your offer to answer the questions via your blog is a great offer. Thank you.
Oh, and I might take one more question, or is that it?
Let's do it.
Okay, one more question, and then by the way, don't forget, go to mindvalley.com/careers, apply. I still have 39 trainees I have to hire.
Hi, my name is Chief
Yes.
from South Africa. What I want to find out is, you know, like we as leaders of today, let's say that, let me paint a picture for you before I get to the question. If you see soldiers, the way they operate, if you say to them, you are going to war, and this man, if something happens to him in foreign land, he must be buried home. That is exactly what they will do. But we as leaders of today, when we stand in stages like the one we're standing in, and we say no to HIV and AIDS, but tomorrow we are the ones who are having sex without condoms. The question is, how do we live in such a way that we inculcate our values as soldiers do today? Thank you.
We inculcate our feelings as, honestly, I don't even know what the word inculcate means.
Means that how do we internalize our values in such a way that we do not abandon them?
We internalize our feelings in such a
Our
way.
values.
Okay.
Values.
Okay.
Yeah.
We internalize our values so we do not. I'm sorry, I really don't understand the question.
I'll try one more time.
Can I get a simpler question? I feel like I'm back in college.
Okay.
I told you I was not like the smartest graduate.
All right, cool. I'll ask the question in your blog clearer.
Okay.
The other question I wanted to ask is, in your view, 10 years from now, what will success be like?
Okay.
Yeah.
10 years from now, success is going to define these three things, right? Deep down inside as human beings, there are only three things that really matter. And the three things are, and when people come and work for me, even ISAC trainees, I have them answer these three questions and stick it on the wall in the office so I know what everyone's answers are. Now the three things are this: what are the experiences you want in life? What are the countries you want to travel to? The experiences you want to have? The love relationships you want? The adventures, the travel, the objects, the possessions? Number one, the experiences. Number two, how do you want to grow? What new languages, skills, abilities, physical abilities, mental abilities do you want to gain to be the kind of person to get those experiences? So that's number two, growth. And the third one is contribution. When you become that person, when you have those experiences, how are you going to give back to the world? What charities do you want to donate to? What businesses do you want to run? How many people do you want to employ? So the three most important questions which I have everyone who works for me, every ISAC trainee who works at Mindvalley answer are: what experiences do I want? How do I want to grow? How do I want to contribute? We put it all on one sheet of paper, we stick it on our office wall, and this becomes a blueprint into someone's soul. Nothing else matters. These are the end goals. Everything else that leads you there, the GPA, the good job, the career, the salary, is bullshit. It doesn't really bring you happiness. Happiness only comes from those three things: experiences, growth, and contribution. So that's how I believe happiness is going to be defined 10 years from now. That's how increasingly entrepreneurs are defining it.
One more time, give it up a vision.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have two quick announcements. Firstly, we're going to go to a break now, and as soon as the break finishes, you'll be going on to your workshops. And so there are members outside who are going to guide you to the workshops. If you're not in a workshop, then you're very welcome to hang out in here. And the second request is just to keep remembering to tweet. We hear that the tweet flow is going really well, so thank you for everybody that's doing that already. All right, so let's go to a break. Oh, hang on a second, one second.
So, just a clarification for the first announcement. Please use this break to move to your workshop rooms. It's not a break. Second, if you haven't been allocated a workshop, please stay here and a workshop will be allocated to you. Cool? And please tweet.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's really wonderful to be here. You're going to have to bear with me just a moment. I do quite a lot of presenting, but it's normally to people whose average age is quite a lot older than the assembled crowd I have here today. So because you're such a beautiful and good-looking crowd, I thought I'd take a picture. You do it for me one more time, ready? And again. Okay, so the next time I do this, I'm going to take this picture and I'm going to say, this is what I want. Okay, there we go. Right, so this is not a picture of me when I was younger, and my brother, it's not. This is a picture of the hard at work innovation team inside DHL. Actually, it's not. It's just designed to give you the idea that your minds need to be open. So I know you're all young people, but try and feel and think younger if you're talking about innovation. So today I'm going to talk about how we do it in DHL, and then I'm going to try and talk about some stuff that's very close to my heart, some personal experiences. When people think about innovation, they tend to think about technology, they tend to think about mobile phones and iPads and high-tech stuff, but innovation doesn't have to be about that. Anybody who was on the workshop, or my workshop at least this morning, I'm sure, found that. So where are the DHL Innovation Workshoppers? Can you put your hand up? Oh, what a good-looking bunch they are. Fantastic. Oh, very good. Very good. Okay, so what we do in DHL, basically, we have quite a simple vision. Our vision is we get the stuff that people want to the people who want it when they want it. So who here likes stuff? You have stuff? Some people don't appear to have stuff. That's interesting. but most people like stuff. So you can think of it as being quite a mundane business. It's about trucks and warehouses. We call them sheds inside DHL or aeroplanes. And you might think there's not a lot of room to innovate in that kind of industry. Well, actually, DHL doesn't innovate, but the people inside it do. And I'm going to give you some examples of that today. And I'll come and explain what they are when we get there. Now, we put some work into the thinking around innovation. I don't think this is hugely earth-shattering or new thinking on the subject. We try to use the best thinking that's out there that already exists. But it's important to bear that in mind. So innovation, very simply, the ability to deliver new value to a customer. Key word is there is new. It's not something the customer should be expecting. The customer expects DHL to ship his goods from one place to the other. He doesn't expect us to lose that stuff. But we can bring in extra value. We can do it faster than before. Or we can help him reduce his stock holding. Or we can give him information on the whereabouts or market type information on how his products are selling. This is added value that he wouldn't necessarily expect DHL to provide. Henry Ford said, if they'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. It's that unexpected bit. That's the bit that makes it innovation. I think this morning Carsten spoke to you about, what was the exact title, Carsten? I want to get the words right. New Models of Leadership. And I'm sure you all took some very heartfelt lessons away from that. In DHL, we have a leadership values. Those are what those head, heart, and guts are. Those are our stated leadership values. The values that we want our leaders to aspire to be. Again, nothing to give you an original impact, but for us, it's about making sure that we do the right thing. That's what the head is about. The heart is about making sure that we treat people in the right way when we're doing the right thing. And the guts is to have the courage to do the right thing. When you're innovating, it's particularly important to have guts, to have courage, because people won't necessarily be expecting it. Normally you're asking something up front, you want some investment up front, you want some faith up front. So having the courage to take that risk, that's key. So trying to get that culture in your organisation is very, very important to generating innovation. These factors along the top This is the mantra of our innovation guys. We do have some dedicated resources in DHL who all they do is think about innovation, but their job is not to do innovation on behalf of the company. Their job is to be champions for innovation, to cheerlead innovation throughout the rest of the company. They want everybody in the organisation to be an innovator, and this is their mantra, this is their creed. They say this over and over and over again to as many people as they can say it to while they're facilitating innovation workshops and trying to encourage innovation in our country. Those of you who were on the workshop this morning will recognise this funnel up on the top right of the slide here. This is just about saying that innovation is really about ideas, and actually proper innovation is about good ideas. But the way you get a good idea is you start by having lots of ideas. So anybody who talks about innovation tends to talk about this funneling effect as we go along. You've got to fill the funnel. And in DHL, these are the various different ways of filling the funnel. Even an old-fashioned suggestion box scheme, many companies have that, that's a way of filling the funnel. But we also have web forums. I think John's going to talk a little bit later on about some of the entrepreneurship he's done, but he's got a social networking type tool, and we have one inside DHL. We also have something specifically aimed at generating ideas, and then we have customer innovation workshops where we work directly with the customer, all aimed at filling this pipe. So now I'm going to talk about two specific examples particularly close to my heart. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the fact that lots of manufacturing happens in developing economies these days because of lower labour costs. That's the production cost savings up on this slide. You're probably a little bit less familiar with the business opportunity presented by holding stock in further east, normally, in developing economies, and then using that lower labour cost and that lower cost of storage and distributing it towards more developed economies. But the two examples I want to talk to you about today are to do with capturing domestic demand. So in developing economies, people are getting richer, which is because they have more cash to spend, and they have more cash to spend on stuff, which, as we've established, is what people like. They like stuff. But those markets aren't always well supplied at the moment. And we see this as a big opportunity. We can build the supply chain infrastructure, in particular for Western suppliers who don't necessarily know how to enter those markets themselves and generate their own supply chain. So I'm going to talk about one from Moscow here. Did anybody here have a toy as a child? Oh, there's a man who had his hand up. What was your favourite toy? Your battle action figure. Batman action figure. Fantastic. And who bought you this toy? Your parents, because they loved you. Okay. I think you'll find your experience is not unique. Most people's parents love their children, and so they love to buy them toys, especially if they've got spare cash. And this goes true in Russia. Toy market's growing very, very fast in Russia, particularly in the Moscow area. Certain well-known Western toy manufacturer, who should remain nameless, wanted to put their own stock holding in Moscow because they weren't getting their products, their toys, to the market fast enough. The demand was there, but they couldn't get it into the shops fast enough. So they asked us to help. The thing that made it difficult was they expected that supply chain, that stock holding, to also be able to supply them with all the information, the market information they had. So when the orders came in from the stores, we would tell them how many of the particular toys were being sold in what shop. And that meant putting in a first-class system. A first-class system that integrated into their Western system. But it also had to comply with all the local rules and regulations, which I'm sure the organisers of this event will vouch for. Doesn't always make it easy to do business in Moscow. We did it. So it wasn't easy, but it was something that our competition found very difficult to do. This was an opportunity we created. We went to the customer and said, we can do this for you. We can give you this information. They weren't expecting us to give them that information. Nothing particularly difficult in terms of the technology. We're not inventing anything here. But we're being innovative in terms of the market opportunity that we're capturing. Who here likes beer? I'm asking students if they like beer. Of course you like beer. They like beer in Central Africa as well. They really like beer in Central Africa. And the market is growing really, really fast. Typically, the traditional way the market is supplied is via wholesalers. What that means is brewers, the companies who actually make beer, lose track of their data. They lose track of their data, so they're not sure whether there's more opportunity to sell their beer or not. So we gave them that opportunity. You can see this is one of my colleagues over here on the right. These crates here, they're not full beer bottles. The full beer bottles are stored inside warehouses. It's the empty beer bottles that are stored out the warehouse. These pictures are from Ghana. Anybody from Ghana here today? Do you drink beer? Oh, yeah! The chances are, the beer you drink in Ghana, we're delivering it to you. Okay? This is, again, it's just capturing the opportunity. These brewers are now owned by large Western brewing companies, and they want that information. Before, it just used to get delivered via a wholesaler. The brewer didn't know what he was losing track of it as soon as it got to the wholesaler. Wasn't easy, but we did it. Now I want to talk about example. We've got corporate responsibility on this afternoon, I think. Will is talking about corporate responsibility. So probably beer not a great product to talk about in terms of corporate responsibility, but healthcare is. In Turkey, anybody here from Turkey? Good. Love it. I don't get this reaction when I normally talk. This is like Glastonbury, it's excellent. I love it. Okay, so the drugs. Okay, drug manufacturers make drugs, and they need to go to people who need drugs, people who aren't very well, people who are sick. Okay? The problem is that they go via pharmacies. Normally you get your prescription for your drugs from a pharmacy. And in Turkey, the government pays for the prescription. Turkish citizens here, I'm sure, can verify that. So effectively, the pharmacy sends the government an invoice, says, I want my money from the government for this prescription. The government was concerned that the pharmacy might have been giving one set of drugs to the patient and sending two sets of invoices to the government. So the government wanted to ensure that the drugs that were being supplied into the market and that they were paying for by prescriptions were actually going to the right people. So what they said was, drug manufacturers, you have to put a code against every packet of drugs you prescribe, and then we won't pay the pharmacy unless the pharmacy gives us the same code again. Packets of drugs are typically quite small. The number you need in order to generate a unique number is quite long, even in barcoded form. So in order to be able to generate a label that you can stick on a single packet of drugs, we use 2D barcodes. This is old technology, quite old technology, but the application is new here. So for drug manufacturers who are doing small runs, it's very expensive for them to invest in all the equipment, to do the messaging, to buy the 2D label printing equipment, and then to build the necessary equipment to scan it and send the information off to the government. So we made that investment. We took a risk. We made the investment, and then we sold the service back to the drug manufacturers selling it on a price per item basis. The service is innovative, it's commercially innovative, and it's now our most profitable business in service. And there's a picture of one of our ladies, very high percentage of females in our workforce in Turkey, laboring. It wasn't easy, and we had to take some risks. And the top guys at Deutsche Post DHL were a little concerned about the risk we were taking and the upfront investment, but we got it done. Now it's a great business. So I hope I've given you 3 great examples there of innovation, which isn't about inventing some new gadget. And I hope you feel that you can do the same. What you have to bear in mind is that if you're going to come up with a new idea and you're going to sell it, somebody needs to invest in it, you have to be able to build it, and there has to be something you want to do. So that's all I've got to say today. Has anybody got any questions for me? Do you all feel like you can innovate? Okay, I think that's to be it, Phil. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, John. Okay, so coming up next, we're starting to look at entrepreneurship, and we have John from Podio. And John is getting his papers ready. John, do you need to be mic? Have mic. Ready? All right, John? Okay, take it away.
Hello, Isaac! Oh, I like this. Oh, by the way, it's Isaac Australia in here. Thanks so much for that awesome video. It was kind of circulated around the office, and we had developers commenting in the activity stream on Podio saying, this is why I work at Podio. These guys made a video of the whole delegation and all these people like just cheering and doing cool stuff. And I'm so happy. And by the way, I'm really, really happy to be here today looking at all these smart, beautiful, young people building the future of work, hopefully. I'm going to top the last speaker by actually tweeting a photo. Are you there? Done. Okay. So how many people in here know exactly what they're doing in the future? I'm not talking about tomorrow, next month, next year, in 2 years. I'm talking about like 5, 10 years. How many people in here know exactly what they're doing? Not a lot. I think Lauren talked about it this morning. We don't really know. How many people in here want to start their own company? Some. How many people in here want to join a company? Some. You're all liars, but that's okay because you told me that you didn't know what you were doing in 5 years, but you all know that you're starting a company and all joining a company. That's all cool because that's exactly how I felt and always felt. You don't know what is going to happen. And I think coming to terms with that is important. Right? And I'm going to tell you that I didn't know, but I did succeed, at least if you follow kind of business school logic. I did succeed, and I did go to business school actually. You know, I started out age 30, might be different than you, but I did go to business school, and I did learn some. But what I really learned was not in school. I started Podio with the co-founder to change the way people work, to really change and empower people to work in a smarter way, a more transparent and democratic way. And we succeeded. A couple of months back, we sold Podio at a, let's not talk about numbers, but quite a some billions of dollars. That's success, right? Or is it? So I want to talk about, my own personal experience doing that. And that's why I have all these notes on the stage, because last night I was challenged to change my presentation from a boring, this is how we did it, to a very personal story from that. So that kind of PowerPoint went out of the brain. And today I'm going to talk about 4 things that I learned. One is about risk. The other one is about being different or being authentic. The third one is about being global, like really global. And the fourth one is about being generous. Those are the 4 things that I want to cover. And to start with risk. I'm a musician. I play music for most of my life. I lived from producing, writing songs, playing music live, being with acts all over Denmark, where I'm from. And music industry is really the most competitive and the most liberal industry in the world. It's worse than any startup situation. You have no clue what you're doing next month. You have no pay, no salary, no employers. So this is a very good place to start if you want to try risk and uncertainty. Just go into, maybe any type of entertainment industry. So that's kind of my starting point. I've been there all the time before I started Podio. Another thing is traveling. I traveled a lot. I traveled mostly to places that no one else wanted to travel to. That has to do with risk and uncertainty as well. I traveled around Iran. Anyone from Iran in here? Woo! I traveled around Syria, not recently. I sailed across the Atlantic Ocean on a sailboat, and I sailed across the Pacific Ocean on a sailboat. Why do you do things like that? Or why do I do things like that? I do that to come back and tell stories. Tell stories that no one else tells. I'm not going to Thailand, PB Island, or whatever, and tell the same stories that everyone else tells. Right? So you want to do some risky stuff, or I wanted to do some risky stuff to tell cool stories. Right? And I wanted to tell cool stories when I started Podio as well. I want to tell a dull story about here's an IT, it solves this and this and that, the customer needs blah, blah, blah. No, we wanted to tell a real compelling story, a crazy story, right? So that's kind of what got me into this. And why is this crazy? Because the ambition of Podio was so crazy. 2 guys in the basement saying that they would outcompete Microsoft or Google or whoever else thinks that they own this category of work out there, Outlook, and so on. But we said that. We believed in it. Only a few people did. Like Thomas in the front row here. When you're in a situation like that, and if you're starting a company and have a few guys in here want to do that, it's really not risk, because it's not more risky to do a startup than to join a company. Everybody can fail, but it feels more risky. So it's the aversion to fear. It's actually, you want to reduce the feeling of fear or uncertainty or risk. That's what you want to reduce. It's not really that it's dangerous or anything. And I have a couple of tips for that. One of them is to work with the smartest people in the world. It's pretty easy for Isaacers because you just hire one another and do that stuff. I saw that earlier. So find the smartest people in the world, not the smartest people around the block, but actually the smartest people in the world. Work with those guys. Because if you trust those guys and they are really the smartest guys and they believe in it, then you're true stupid people, right? And that's very good. Then you don't carry the whole burden if it's wrong. Then the third one is make that into a family, make that into a friendship. And I know a lot of people say like, oh, you should mix friendship and business, and that's bullshit. You should. And I think all Isaacers know, because when I meet Isaacers, that's sort of what you do. It's not just a work relation, it's a work relation and then some. And I think that is part of reducing that feeling of risk if you start a business. So don't start it alone. The second part I wanted to talk about is authenticity, actually. Or more easily just being you. Right? We are all unique. We all want to belong to something. We all want to be the same, but we're not. And I encourage people, and I think that's what I've been doing all along with Podio, is to actually be who I am. So in Podio, we actually built our company culture around my personality, as well as my co-founder's personality, and Casper will join later, personality, which is pretty rock and roll, right? There is no hipster stuff, and there is no corporate stuff. It's really rock and roll, and that's what we like, right? People who join the company can easily recognize that. Well, it's not hard for them to recognize. This was actually a company where they could be whoever they wanted to be because the founders were there. Another thing that we had in common that was really authentic around us is that we hate IT. Right? IT is hurting people every day. You know, IT is built to solve someone else's problem, not mine. Right? Services and tools like Facebook. I don't consider that IT. Why is that? It is IT sort of on the back side. There's a lot of IT in Facebook, but we don't consider it IT. We hate IT, but we love social tools. We like Twitter, we like Instagram, we like Facebook, we like all these tools, but we hate SharePoint. I wanted to talk a little bit about global, because I bet that everyone in here thinks that they think they're very global, because we have 110 countries in here, all cultures mixed up. But I want to challenge it sometimes. In Podio, we solved a global problem, which was broken tools for work. We also had a global market in that we were not focusing on any particular market need when we started out. But we also did global recruiting from day one, which sounds pretty crazy when you're 2 or 3 guys in a basement to kind of think like that. We want to hire a guy from Malaysia. We want to hire a guy from Silicon Valley. But that was how we thought from the beginning. And I think if you both look at the problem you solve and the market you address and the people you want to work with from a global perspective, not from a local perspective, then you're truly global. And that's the reason why in Podio we have 27 employees in our headquarters in Copenhagen. We have 15 nationalities that relocated, for the most part, to join the business in Copenhagen. And then you go like, what is an IT company doing in Copenhagen? Why are you not in Silicon Valley? There's a couple of other reasons for that that I'd like to talk about. Is that if you're doing a technology startup, don't get fooled by Silicon Valley. There's tons of need and problems and smart people out there, especially in the EU that I know about. People can move freely. And if you have a cool story to tell, that you want to change something that really matters, and you're authentic, as I talked about before, you can get them to either work for you in the business or move to whatever city you're in. Right? You don't have to go to Silicon Valley to compete with Facebook or Twitter that are just pumping up wages and making people lazy. Right? You can do it here in Moscow, you can do it in Tokyo, you can do it in Copenhagen. I think Podio is actually proof of that. There's another cool thing about it is that the talent pool in Asia and in Europe for attracting people is huge. And the EU makes it pretty easy within the EU to actually have people move around. And as far as I know, at least in Copenhagen, we are the only ones who actually took advantage of that as a startup and had everyone join from 15 different countries. The last thing that I wanted to touch on was generosity. And this is maybe the most applicable thing if you're starting a company that you will get wrong, at least I did. Because you start out, with generosity is a positive thing in your family with your friends. In business it's different. We go to these schools and then they tell us we just want to maximize our own profits. That's what people are about. So when we do business, we have a different set of morals than when we are with friends. When we are with friends, it's cool to be generous. when we do business we have to maximize our own profit. That was the situation I was in when I founded Podio. I had a co-founder. He didn't have any money. I put in a little bit of money to start out with. So I had all the shares. So at some point, I owned all the shares, or almost all the shares of Podio. But my challenge was that I needed to get this guy, my co-founder, to do something, right? But I didn't want to give him the shares because I put in the money. How do I make him do anything? I was talking to a friend, he's running like a restaurant chain, a small restaurant chain, like 3-4 restaurants in Copenhagen, not a tech guy. And he said, give him half. I was like, you have to be crazy. Should I give him half? You know, this idea, I want to kind of execute on this idea, and you know, I put in some money. You go like, yeah, but you've got nothing, right? Ideas are useless. That funnel is useless. You saw just before. It's execution. It's execution when you start something. That's what matters, right? And you don't get people to execute if you're not generous with ownership. It's really important because most people start in the opposite corner. They start like, I had this idea. I even put in, you know, $100,000 or whatever. So I need to own all. And then the other guys have to work for free or what? How are you going to motivate people? So co-ownership is the way to go. And be generous around that. And tied to this execution bit is also that you need to share your idea. That's the most common, apart from the ownership part, the most common mistake I see, and that I also was a bit worried about myself, is that you don't want to go out there and talk to everyone about your idea because then they will steal it. And I can tell you this, they won't, because most of the ideas are worthless. And they are very busy, the guys you're talking to, because they're the best people in the world, so they don't have the time to copy your idea. So just get out there and tell people about your idea. Don't tell them half the story, tell them the full story about your idea, because that's the only way you will get qualified feedback, right? Qualified feedback is if you share your full idea and not half. We did that with Podio. We ran workshops every week with hundreds of people before we even launched the product. Everyone could see what we were doing. You know, before the product was even available, people could come inspire us at a workshop and see what we were doing if they wanted to. And surprise, no one did copy it. And it turned out to be a good idea, so that was not the reason. The reason was that they were busy doing other things. And we could get their input for half an hour, 1 hour or so. So, what do you want to change? I'd say go out and execute it tomorrow, don't wait. Be generous when you do it. Share your ownership with the people that are the smartest in the world, that will help you not feel lost or not feel that everything is at risk because you know they're smart and you know they have half. And do that in a global market with a global team. And make sure to be yourself and authentic when you do it, because that pays off. Because you don't have to play any games later on. You can just be you. Thank you. And thanks for using Podio.
So I'd like to stay on for a few minutes, John.
Yes.
We just met last night, another good best friend now. Changing business in the way that we're talking about requires 180 degrees thinking. And giving away half of your shares, people would say you must be mad. Giving away all your intellectual property to people you would previously call your competitors must be mad. But this is the type of thinking that is really transforming our planet right now. So I'm interested to hear any feedback for John, any questions or comments for John. We have some microphones. There's one up here. We get a microphone across. Please tell us your name.
Hello, I'm Pamela and I belong to IC Rwanda. I was trying to use Podio within the last recent days and few weeks also for ISIC discussions, but honestly I had difficulties of really getting used to it and really finding out, you know, the core sense of it. So what would you suggest that, how should I start using it?
Okay, that kind of question. Yes, I'll talk to you in 5 minutes. But I'd say, you know, we have a very, very cool user engagement team that are talking to our users and will answer you within 10 minutes if you click that button and you have questions about, you know, how to start or whatever. I'd say we have around 100 videos showing different ways of using Podio. And I would definitely go with an app that matches your work processes. So if you're doing marketing or a sales campaign, or if you're doing recruiting, I would find an app that does that with the Podio app market. So that would be the way I would start. And you can take it offline if you want more details.
Okay, so we're going to talk afterwards.
Yes, let's do that.
Wonderful. Okay, is there a question at the back here? Oh, you have a microphone already.
There is a question from Hugo Pereira. There is a virtual delegate, and he wants to know what are the key business principles you believe any young person should keep in mind when starting their business idea.
Okay. So I'll repeat, what should any young person keep in mind when they're starting their business?
The principles.
Second.
Exactly, the principles.
The business principles young people should keep in mind when starting a new business.
So that was what I was trying to cover in the past 70 minutes. I think I really think that you should think about what global means, that it's not just a global market, it's also a global team. And it's a global demand. And it's a global problem. And I think there is a lot of global problems out there. Take politics. I mean, try to fix those, the big ones, instead of, you know, Denmark's lack of supply in whatever, water or something. Then look at the lack of supply in the world. Yes? There's one up there.
And there's one down here as well.
Oh,
okay.
Hello, I'm Ivan from Austria. I would like to ask it, since we were trying to find out as a new comic something which is new and new to market, to increase all of our needs and to improve all of our processes, we came out to Podio 4 or 5 months ago, and since then we are just using this. No emails, nothing else. This helped us a lot in every single process. So I want to ask, how did you came to the idea? Because we are such a supporters, all of our LC members, we're just talking about, even on the IC here, I'm just talking about Podio for that 5 minutes.
Thanks a lot for those kind words. So we actually had that conversation this morning, Phil and I as well, you know, how do you come up with the idea? And the idea is pretty radical, but I do think it's the execution still, I was still part of the execution. If you look at products like Lotus Notes, the early VisiCalc, the early spreadsheets, they have one thing in common, was that they empowered the end user to make changes in data structures. That's kind of the geeky way of saying it. But actually structured data, everyone can fire up an Excel sheet, put in columns, arrange their wedding, run $1 million project, whatever. You know, that's the power that the end user feels, rather than having an IT corporate system being implemented half a year from now. They can do everything in Excel. So we looked at that. And that is the main inspiration. Obviously, all the social tools out there, you know, the Twitters and Flickrs and YouTubes and Facebooks of the world are big inspiration. So combining business processes that are built from the ground, not by the IT department, but from the people using the tool, combining that with social, you know, transparency and activity stream and commenting and so on, that was kind of the idea that we came up with in the basement. And it has been refined ever since. But don't get fooled by this, because it's the execution still. It's the timing, it's the marketing, it's the storytelling, it's the people that you get on your team, it's the share of the ownership that makes people work crazy hours. That's what makes it a success. I wouldn't focus too much on the idea.
Yeah.
You can easily dismiss the bad ideas, that's not hard. Been done, failed, out, you know. But actually when you pick the one that you just go like, full power.
We have time for 2 more questions. Now, I'd encourage questions that to do with entrepreneurship and the principles of business rather than Podio's products themselves, please.
Hi, I'm Daniel from ISEG UK, and I have a question to you. You said that you had an idea to deliver good user experience, but at the same time you hate it or don't really like IT. Now, I also have some good ideas what to do online, and I believe there are more people like me who can think of some good service to deliver online, but we do not really have any IT background, which is kind of the crucial thing you need to build something online, right? So I'm looking for an advice how to overcome this obstacle.
Yeah. So get online, share your idea like I talked before. You don't get people to join your idea if you don't tell about it, if you're not passionate about it. You need to get out there and then tell your story. I want to do this, I want to change this, I want to turn this industry upside down, I want to disrupt this. And then people, then you'll create a pull effect if you start talking about your idea. Obviously you can post on job boards and all that stuff, but actually start talking like it within the ISEG community, start talking about your idea and see if you can collect people around it. But I do really encourage everyone that doesn't have an IT background to get into this, because we need people that can think in service, added value, user experience to change the tools, for the future of work and even for the future of private life.
Okay, we have time for one more. But John's going to be around today as well, so if you've got specific questions, you can come. But let's take one up here. What's your name?
Hi, I am Aldo. I am from Mexico. Nice to meet you, John. I use Folio every day, and it's awesome for the last 8 months. So, my question is regarding the moment when Citrix comes to you and your co-founder and says, "Here's a bucket load of money." Like, I guess that's when you must have felt, wow. I don't know if it was the case, but I would like to know about the decision-making process you had to go through with your partner, if selling or not, and what did it involve? Because it must have been awesome.
A beer in the beach in Santa Barbara with Tommy Ahlers, who was acting CEO at the time. So that was basically where we kind of settled. Then obviously there was a board and other investors. There was also an institutional investor on board. So there was more people that had to kind of say yes. But obviously the founders and Tommy who joined and also invested a bit of money as CEO needed to be on board this idea, because otherwise Citrix was not into buying Podio, the technology, they were not into buying Podio, the talent, they were into getting both and the brain. So we needed everyone to be in on this deal. So this was a deal that would only work if everyone was in on it. Why was everyone in on it? Because Citrix want to do exactly what we want to do. They want to build a platform that empowers end users to get their work done in a better way. They're very focused on end users bypassing all these middlemen and IT and consultants and so on, and actually have people build their own tool. And that was what Citrix said to us. We were not for sale, there's no secret. We didn't approach, we were not out there saying, buy us. We were building a healthy business, and we were talking, building up our revenues, our user numbers. Those were the two only goals we had when Citrix came along. But their interest and their strategy, and you see as Podio users, you know that nothing really changed after the acquisition. We actually just, improve the product much faster, because that's what they want. They want to maintain the Podio brand and the platform that we've been building for 4 years. So I think that was the reason. Like, I wouldn't do either a talent acquisition or only sell the technology and just, throw away the team. I wouldn't throw away the brand either, because that's very easier. But obviously it was a group of people who made this decision.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You can ask me questions on my email, frodo.com, or on Twitter as well. I'm not too active, but I'll see if I can answer you if you ask me on Twitter. Otherwise, just come to me. I am open also to hear your ideas if they're really good.
All right, one more time. Thank you. I love the new form of PowerPoint we have down here on the stage.
It's when you change your mind at 2 o'clock at night.
All right, so now we're going to have our last speaker in this section, and this is Will McInnes from Nixon McInnes, and he's going to be looking after the topic of corporate responsibility. So let's have a big round of applause for Will.
You know what? ever since I got here, I have just been thinking, why the heck was I not an Isaacer? The energy. The energy, when normal outside people like me come in contact with you guys, who are all entirely crazy, it's mad. You know, yesterday was amazing. The energy, the noise, the crazy dances, you pour water on one another's heads, you have songs. It's so cool. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I came here from the UK. I came here for you. I came here to try and give something. I'm going to give it my best shot. I've got 800 people or 600 people. I've got 20 minutes. If you multiply that up, it's something like 266 hours of human time. I've just wasted about 800 minutes telling you how great you are. So I have a huge prize here. I have these amazing, talented, smart, international, global, crazy people. And I've got 19 minutes left to try and help you change the world. And I believe you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seriously, honestly, passionately, you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The world needs change. And you guys are already part of that change. But what you've got to do, and Vishen touched on it earlier and someone else touched on it, is not leave it behind. I've met Isaac alumni who've now got the job in the big company, and that's fine. But there is magic here, and there is magic that you can take with you on your journey. So I want to share with you how that can happen. A little bit of background, my name is Will McInnes. I'm an entrepreneur too. I started something called Nixon McInnes. It seems quite egotistical to have my name in the company, but we're not very creative. We couldn't think of anything else, so we just called it after ourselves. We help really big organizations change. We think that big organizations have an important role to play in society. And we need vibrant entrepreneurs like John Froder and Vishen and the companies they create. But we also need these big organizations to change. So we work with big organizations to change. Another thing to look out for is World Blue. See that picture up there? I don't know if you know World Blue, but World Blue is an organization of democratic organizations. And Isaac, you guys are members. So is Nixon McInnes, so is Podio, so is Mind Valley, so is the Barrett Value Center. We are all of the same kindred spirit. We do business differently. This is my team. These are the brilliant, passionate people I work with. And there are 20 of us in Brighton, a seaside city in the UK. Has anyone been to Brighton? Yeah! Come to Brighton, it's cool. So I'm going to start with a story. This is one of my favorite pictures in the whole world because it means something special to me. These are my two little boys, Jack and Oliver. Jack has got the dark hair in the vest. He's 7 now. And Oliver is 5. And this is in rural France. This is in a beautiful, quiet place. Everything I love in the world is in this photo. Nature, peace, tranquility, my crazy family, love. And Jack is at an age where he's finished in his first little school and he's moving to another little school. And we went to the last day of school and they had all the kids and the parents. You had to sit in these tiny chairs in a big school hall and you suddenly felt like you were back at school. The smell, the chairs, the teacher, you're like a kid again. And these kids came in and they sang a song. And my kids, I'm going to get a bit emotional. My boys' class sung this song by M People. What have you done today to make you feel proud? You know that song? What have you done today to make you feel proud? And they looked at I am not a singer. They looked us in the eye, adults, big, hairy adults. And they looked us in the eye and they meant it. They sang this song from their heart. And you know what it made me feel? It made me feel challenged. I thought, you know what? What have I done today to make me feel proud? What am I going to do
That means I can turn around to these people in 20 years and say, I helped. I made it better. I didn't make it worse for you. The world has massive challenges. You guys are the future. My children are the future. What are we going to do that's going to make us feel proud and give them something that makes a difference? Do you know what I'm talking about? This is the challenge you guys have. Because when I think about business, I'm passionate about business. I love business. I love hearing success stories. I love execution. I love doing. I like getting on with it. But when I think about the word business, when I talk about the word business to other people, I think about images like this: extraction. I think about the extraction from the earth. Think about the extraction from the people, from our parents, from our parents' parents. Business has not been a kind force in the last 50 years. Overall, I believe. Trust is falling. Every year, a company called Edelman surveys people in many countries around the world, and they ask a simple question: who do you trust? Every year, in recent times, trust in CEOs is falling by the biggest declines ever. You are future leaders, but people do not trust the people that you are replacing. Do you know who you trust? You trust people like you. This is the age we are moving into, the networked age, the age of Facebook and Twitter, where we trust people like us. TripAdvisor, Airbnb, it's about humans connecting. There is volatility in the world. There is political instability. There is change. There is disruption. We have a big job to do if we are going to use business as a powerful, good force in the world. And if we don't take this opportunity, if you don't take your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we are just putting lipstick on a pig, as we say in England. We're making small changes to something that is fundamentally ugly. Okay, I love Miss Piggy too. But you know what I mean. So I'm going to tell you a story about a tidal wave of change that is coming. Isaac is part of this change. We are all part of this change. But business can be done differently, and I want to tell you about that. There were two books that inspired my company. Has anyone read Maverick by Ricardo Semler? It's an amazing book by a Brazilian entrepreneur. For people of Brazil, you should celebrate this great man. He inherited his father's company, and he tried to do it the normal way, the 20th century way. He worked hard, he had command and control, and he had a nervous breakdown. So then he started running the company democratically. He gave the people the power to run the company how they wanted, set their salaries, do it their way. And the business became fantastically successful. The other book, The Clue Train Manifesto, is about the power of the internet to connect humans in a more powerful way and how those conversations change markets. So these books inspired my company. And so what I have done is written another book, written a new book, my first book, to try and inspire this tidal wave of change. Because I was finding, thank you, I was finding amazing organizations who do business differently, but the story is not being told. So let me tell you some of these things. And this is the book, and I have copies to give to you if you want one. If you don't, you can use it as a pillow somewhere. So for me, this is the DNA of the new businesses. Those of you that are going to start a company this way. Don't do it the way that our parents did and their parents before them. We're in the 21st century. We don't need 20th century ways. We need new ways to behave. So I'm going to talk to you about purpose and meaning first. This is the first chapter in the book, and it's something I believe has to come first in your business. When you start your organization, there's a really powerful question to ask yourself. Why? Why am I doing this? There's a lot of talk about what. Some of the questions for John were about what should I do, what's the idea, how do I do that? But the really magical ingredient is why. Why am I doing this? What does it mean to me? I don't know how many of you know Umair Haque, but he's a brilliant, brilliant guy, and he says that Making shareholder enrichment the basis of an economy is an idea that is probably up there with Cheese Whiz and Donald Trump's hair. In the last 50 years, we have pursued business as if the only goal was to make money. But that isn't the goal of business alone. We can do much more with business. This guy invented GDP. You know GDP? The economic measure of success? When he invented it, he warned. He said, do not use this to measure the success of a nation. And what do we use to measure the success of a nation today? We use GDP. GDP is how much water can I get out of this sponge? And the more you squeeze it, the more you get. But it doesn't necessarily make us happy. How many people know the story of Bhutan? Quick show of hands. Yes. In Bhutan, the king, when his father died, he took over the monarchy, and he said, we are going to measure the success of this country through gross national happiness, gross national well-being. We're going to make decisions as a country that make us happier, not richer. And that seems to make sense to me. And then we have Denmark. We have a couple of Danes here. Denmark is another country that always ranks high in the well-being states. Denmark? Come on, Denmark, you can do better than that. So maybe in business this is what we should be doing. And I call this in the book, I call this purpose of significance. So if you're starting a business tomorrow, what is the purpose that is really significant? Why does this matter? What are you going to give to the world that is going to make it better? What did you do today to make you feel proud? Beyond the profits and the material goods. This is an example. This is a guy who's a chef and an entrepreneur in Denmark. Denmark was not famous for its food. Denmark did not have pride in its own food. And this guy and some other guys started a manifesto for new Nordic cuisine. If you watch this guy's talk, it's passionate, funny, brilliant. And he started a whole movement in that country of organizations, restaurants, caterers that started to feel proud about the food in Denmark. That is a purpose of significance. That is something that really makes a difference. What about Grameen? Incredible organization. Grameen Bank, helping the world's poorest people in Bangladesh and then further abroad with microfinance, with mobile phones, with nutritious yogurt that street children can sell. This is a business with a purpose of significance. We can use the power of business to solve real problems in the world. This is what you guys are capable of. Real purpose of significance. What about these guys? You have a purpose of significance. Seriously. What is it? Something like to help humankind be fulfilled and world peace. This is massive. You have a purpose of significance. Are you going to leave this addictive bubble and sell out and just do something that is about making profit for someone you're never going to meet? Or are you going to keep working towards a purpose of significance like you are today? That is my challenge to you. Another thing that we can do well in business is about how we treat people and how we work with people. When I was researching the book, I started to think about motivation. And I Googled and I found a page on Wikipedia by this guy, Professor Stephen Rees. These are the things that motivate us. Just take a look at the list. This is the kind of thing that makes you get up in the morning, makes you do what you do. Social status. You're all presidents of different chapters. You have positions that mean something to you guys. Social contact. You guys are constantly hugging one another. You're talking all the time. Everyone's constantly touching. Like, I'm watching, I'm like, whoa! Like one big interconnected family. Whoa. You know, honor, family, eating. I like eating, you can tell. Curiosity. But you know what business, old school business thinks that there is one thing that motivates you. Money. That's bullshit. Money doesn't motivate people, it demotivates people. Watch the Dan Pink TED video. Autonomy, mastery, purpose is what he says. So I'm saying to you, when you start your business, think about how you reward these intrinsic motivators, these powerful levers inside all of us. This is what makes you motivated. having water poured on your head, clicking your fingers, singing "Make Me So Proud" or doing a little dance. This makes you motivated. Zappos is a company in the States that really gets this. Who's heard of Zappos? Go there. If you ever find yourself in Las Vegas, forget the casinos, they're rubbish. You call Zappos, they will pick you up from your hotel, they will drive you to their offices, they will take you on a tour for free, and they will give you books when you leave, and they will drop you off at your hotel. Zappos spreads its culture like a virus. And when you go there, I thought it was just hype. I thought it was just Kool-Aid, you know, oh, Zappos, Zappos, Zappos. You go there and there's an energy so thick, you can touch it in the air. And they celebrate weirdness. This is the CEO's desk. This is a multi-billion-pound company now owned by Amazon, and this is the CEO's desk. They celebrate weirdness. They talk about the Zappos family. They behave like a family. They have a big emphasis on developing their people. They have an in-house coach who she will help you through difficult challenges, you know, losing weight, giving up smoking, relationship problems, all of the three at once. You have them. Really interesting company. What about Gore? Who knows Gore-Tex? Gore-Tex? Very cool company. William Gore, the founder, noticed one day when he was walking around the factory that people didn't know one another's names anymore. They'd stopped knowing one another because they got so big. So from then on, he said that every building must have a maximum of 150 to 200 people in it. And then we start another building every time. It costs us more money, but we know one another. And he believed that the key to innovation and success in business was everyone knowing everyone else's name in a team, in a family, in a tribe. The other cool thing about Gore is that you cannot be a leader in Gore. You cannot be the boss. You guys have to say, Florence, we want you to be the boss. In Gore, this is not, so leadership in Gore is defined by followership. The followers decide who's the boss, and they appoint their own leaders, just like you guys do. But when you get into business, you'll find that's not normal. You get told who your boss is. It's a dictatorship. So that's cool. And then my own company, one of the things we do is we measure happiness every day using tennis balls. So on the way out, you pick up a ball from the available pool of happiness, and you either drop it in the good day or the bad day. And we measure that every day, every week, every month, and we start to understand the relationship between happiness and profit in our company. And if we come in one day and you see lots of balls in the unhappy bucket, it helps you immediately know that there's something wrong. It creates a new way of talking about feelings and behavior and performance. We would love for Isaacers to start measuring happiness every day. And we want to digitize this, so we're starting to prototype how we could do it without tennis balls, but just with buttons. So these are ways that companies are starting to work with people differently. The last thing I wanted to talk about before finishing is leadership. We've heard about leadership today, and I see in you leadership. I see leader in Nakul. I see a leader in Hiram from Mexico. I saw leadership from Florence this morning introducing. I've seen leadership and proactivity from all of you that I've come into contact with. This is what you get if you put CEO into Google. This is wrong. They are all men, they are all white, and they are all too old. You are the face of leadership tomorrow. So what are we going to do? We need to change these organizations. They're still pyramid structures, command and control, top down. They're like dusty pyramids in the desert. We need to change these organizations. You are going to have a battle on your hands to make this happen. You're going to have to fight to make these changes. In a networked world, leadership is defined by followership. And when I cannot tell people what to do, when I have to bring them with me, it requires a completely different set of skills, a completely different set of behaviors. And you guys are already doing it in Isaac. So what I'm saying is, don't check that stuff at the door when you move on to your job. because other cultures are powerful too. You have your powerful culture, but when you walk in that new place, people will behave differently, unless you start it yourself. And that is the biggest opportunity. So leadership is defined by followership in the 21st century. And the questions for you are, where will I lead? Where is my greater calling? What is the stuff that really makes me angry or excited in the world? Where will I lead? And secondly, how will I lead? What is my personal style? When am I at my strongest? And when am I at my weakest? And there's only one way to know that, and that's ask other people. Because we are blind to ourselves. We don't see the way we behave and how it affects other people. So this is what modern leadership is about. It's about dialogue, empathy, listening, feminine skills. It's not about telling and spreadsheets and that bullshit. So we have great problems in the world. We have huge challenges and massive, massive opportunity to make a difference. One day, my kids might ask me, what did you do in the war, Daddy? Not in the real war, but in this challenging, crazy 20 years that we are entering now. What did you do to make you feel proud? And the question for you guys is, what did you do? That is where the magic happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, you talked about all the hugs going on around here. Do you think it's time for a hug?
Let's do it. Let's do a male hug.
So I'm a man, I'm white, maybe I'm too old to be a CEO. I'll take your advice.
Sorry.
Okay, we've got time for about 2 questions. So anybody have any thoughts or questions? Let's go first up here.
Ask a question, get a book. I see you.
Hello, my name is Martin from Austria. My question would be, I really love this idea with the tennis ball and so on. But how do you then react if you get this feedback from the people? So what then you actually do to make the people more happy?
Yeah. Making people happy is a very difficult task. Because people have control over themselves. I think the best you can try and do is create an environment where people can be happy. I can't make you happy. The way we try to do it is about surfacing the truth. So hearing what people really think, what's pissing them off, what they don't like, what they're worried about, their anxieties. We try and act on what we hear. So there's nothing worse than giving feedback and then no one doing anything about it. And we try and just use it as a prompt. So it's like, wow, everyone was happy on a Monday. People are never happy on a Monday. What happened this Monday? And we try and do more of that. And if people are really unhappy on a Friday, that's bad news. So we try and learn from it. And sometimes it really helps me and others. Because you walk in, you're like, whoa, something happened. And immediately you can talk about it. You don't have to sit at your desk and then think, why is it so quiet around? And you find out that there's been an issue. So yeah, feedback is about as good as you can do. Thank you.
Okay, so, you got the mic already? Great.
Hi, Sweden. I'm going to go in service business industry. It sounds boring. It's the thing we're going to do is actually quite boring. But we feel very, it sounds boring, but we feel very connected to how we're going to do it and how we're going to change how it's usually done and how we're going to provide different experiences to the people who go through what our service is going to be. So how do we communicate this? How does this become the purpose? How do we, let's say, part of the service is we're going to help you find a place to stay, right? So how do we make you feel the passion you feel for the fact that you're going to have a nice place to stay?
Okay, so it's a good question. For me, Zappos is a very, very boring business. They basically sell shoes. They have shoes, not nice shoes, just any shoes, loads of shoes. They have shoes, they have a website, and they have big sheds full of shoes. It's not a very sexy product. What is sexy and interesting and cool about Zappos is the culture. So I think that's your answer right there is, for what you do, it doesn't matter. It could be rocket science, or it could be gardening, or picking up the trash. It doesn't matter. What matters is, how do you do it? Do the employees own part of the business? The people, are they able to interact with the CEO? Does everyone know what everyone earns? You know, do you buy pizza for everyone on a first Tuesday of every month? Do you bring external speakers in to share cool ideas? It's all of that. Do you send them off to Isaac, you know, to whatever? It's the how you do it, I think. That's the answer. Good luck.
Okay, one more, and we have someone in the front here.
Hi. So often, you know what will make you happy and people know what will make them happy, but there's something in the way of that, which is being scared or fearing what you know will make you happy. So, for instance, it seems like you were happy when everyone here appreciated your speech today.
I was definitely happy.
But for a lot of people, that's very scary to stand in front of this. Yeah, it's quite scary. This huge amount of people. Don't look! So, say if you're working with a team and you know what will make them happy because you discussed it, but you can tell that they're scared of pushing themselves to the point where they will be happy and perform better. How can you ensure that they'll actually do it? How can you help them to do it?
So how can you help people remove their fear and their barriers? It's a really, really good question. I would start by helping them realise what their blockers are. So rather than you say, you know, Anna, you seem terrified of public speaking. Why don't you do public speaking? I would say, you know, what scares you? What really terrifies you? And when we talk about things, it helps us see it outside of our head. So if I start saying, oh, you know, I hate public speaking, it terrifies me, I feel like I'm naked on stage, and then I feel like doing a weed, and, you know. But then after a while, people realise, you know, how odd that is sometimes. But then public speaking is there. So I'm not sure. I'm not giving you a very good answer, am I? Maybe just tell them to get on with it. No, that won't be. Let's talk afterwards. I'll try again.
So I can see a few more hands up, and I'm sure Will will be willing to stand at the door and talk to a few more people. But right now, we're going to move on. So one more time for Will. So we're going to take, don't move yet, we're going to take a very short break. And so my request to you when I do say go is you need to take a break, get a drink, then go get it, and then come back in. It takes a long time to move this many people in and out. And we want to get back to the next section. Before you go, two things to ask you about. One is your comment forms, and if you started to fill those in, then please post those in the boxes. And the other thing is that when you get back, you're going to have a very small card on your chair. And so put that card somewhere safe. It's going to have, they're called blessing cards. And it's going to have just one word on there. And so put it somewhere safe. Maybe put it inside of here so that you can keep it safe. So everybody's going to get a blessing card when they come back, and I'll tell you how we use it a little bit later on. So, short break. Please come back as soon as you can. Okay. Has everybody found their little blessing card? Yes. If you don't have one, just put your hand up now. So, who has the spare blessing cards? We'll make sure by the end of the session that you have cards. So
I'm going to ask you again when we know where the cards are to make sure that everybody has one of those cards. You have them up there? Okay, so while I'm talking now, just setting the scene, there's some more cards coming around. So if you don't have a card, put your hand up and the cards will be delivered to you. Well, you just need one card and you put it somewhere safe. The other one's gone, so.
And I like
Okay. So let's make a start. If we can have the first slide up, please. So this session is called The Magic of Values. And before I start, I'd like to say three things. One is, this session is a celebration of how just damn amazing you all are. You're going to see, so it's going to take maybe 10 or 15 minutes to get to actually seeing your results, because there's a little bit of training you have to have first so you know how to work with it and interpret it. But you're going to see just how amazing you are. The next thing I want to say is that most of what I'm about to say is just a belief. And I don't want you to believe anything that I believe. I don't want you to believe anything I say. You've got to figure out your own beliefs and believe them. And the other thing is that we're about to touch a topic now which is really a huge topic. We only have an hour to do it. An hour is not enough time. But I guarantee you have the rest of your life to work on this stuff. So if at the end of this session you feel frustrated because we haven't had enough time, then that's a good thing. It's showing you you've got energy to do some more work on this. So I'm waiting for my other headset to be replaced. The batteries have gone, so I'll use this until the other headset arrives. So you saw this morning. I just wanted to remind you, happiness is the extent to which we live in love as opposed to living in fear. And I believe that all of human existence, our entire lives, exist on this continuum between love and fear. And at one end, we get really tough words like hatred, and shame, and blame, and lying, and manipulation. And as we cross that boundary line, we start to move into some other realms. So at the end of the last session, we had a question about, where do you find the courage to face your fears? Where do you find the courage to face your fears? And this is a tough question. But anyway, as we shift that line, courage is the ability to face your fears and do it anyway. And there are many people in this room who I know are doing that. We find words like trust and forgiveness and compassion and joy right up the way to love. So, how on earth is this useful? This looks like some crazy belief. Well, in 2008, in the summer of 2008, we were asked to run a values assessment of the nation of Iceland. Hello, Iceland. And so in this picture, this reminds you from last night, the blue dots on here are all the positive values, and they're the blue words. All the positive values like family and honesty and responsibility. And all the red words with the white dots, these are all what we call fear-based values. So materialistic short-term focus, corruption, elitism, all these words are values that are based in fear. So in my world, because I live in a very black and white world of seeing how these things operate, I believe that all the red words are an aspect of fear, and all the blue words are an aspect of love. My business partner, Richard Barrett, was on Icelandic TV presenting his results. And the presenter said, so what's your analysis? What would you say? He said, if you were a corporation, I would say you're just about to go bankrupt. And 2 weeks later, we saw the collapse of Iceland. So, of course, that isn't the end of the story. Because since then, citizen groups inside of Iceland, working together with the government, have formed this new group called the National Assembly, and they're having real dialogue about what it takes to run education and the economy and equal rights and transportation and all these things based on the values of the people. And there were 3 big banks that crashed in Iceland, causing the basic bankruptcy of the nation. And the following February, 2 of those banks called us and they said, we got it really wrong. We want help to get back to running our business in alignment with the core Icelandic values. Please help us to do that. So, you know, we can't change anything. We could just help people have these new dialogues to figure out what's important to them and then to start to run their organizations in that way. So how will we able to predict this? I want to tell you, let's now look at this from an organizational standpoint rather from a national standpoint. I'm going to show you 2 organizations in the finance industry working under exactly the same market conditions with a similar sized number of people and a similar sized portfolio. And the question we asked to these people was, select the values and behaviors that most reflect how your organization currently operates. And so in organization A, all the employees picked these words: client satisfaction, making a difference, integrity, teamwork. You can see. And all I need to tell you about the model right now is that a spread of dots across the levels is a good thing. We call that full spectrum consciousness. They're taking care of all the things that a business needs to take care of to be effective as a business and really look after their people and be socially responsible. So we asked the employees of organization B to select the values and behaviors that most reflect how their organization operates. And they said, blame, short-term focus, internal competition, profit passing. Now, through a huge amount of research, we know that 2 white dots in a current culture is enough to tell us it will be undermining the ability of the organization to have happy employees, happy customers, and just doing whatever it is the organization is designed to do. So 2 white dots is already undermining the performance of the organization. This is a toxic culture. I would guarantee you that people will be getting physically and mentally sick in a culture like this. Why? This organization on the right-hand side had an employee turnover of more than 50%. People couldn't work there because they were getting sick. So I want to share one more number because it's going to be interesting when you see your results. We have a number that we call cultural entropy. And you can see on the left-hand side, entropy was a very low number. It was a very healthy number. This is the total number, the total count of all the limiting values. And on the right-hand side, very, very large cultural entropy of 50%. This is all the destructive energy within the system. So which of these 2 organizations would you prefer to work at? And which of these 2 organizations would be better at just doing these basic things of running a high-performing business? So let me just give you the core numbers. Cultural entropy measures the percentage of fear, dysfunction, negative and even destructive energy within any human system. And what we found is that less than 10% entropy, we consider that to be healthy. More than 40%, we often see corporations go bankrupt or fail. And we're seeing this same pattern in communities and nations as well. So I want to tell you briefly the story of a full spectrum organization. What would it be like to work in an organization where all these values were true? And we'll start from the bottom. Level 1, which is called survival. Imagine a company that's conscious and fair in the way it sets prices and pay. Because it's moved beyond fear-driven greed, it's now profitable, financially stable, and creates good shareholder return. It also provides safe and comfortable working conditions for its people. So this is the basic survival needs, just getting those basic things on the ground. At level 2, we find relationships. When people walk into the office each day, they smile and greet each other warmly. There is a healthy sense of respect, and customers feel well looked after. So that's the basic relationship requirements. At level 3, we find organizational self-esteem. This organization invests in high-performing systems. It trains its people to be excellent at what they do. And staff are proud to tell people who they work for. Level 4, transformation. This is an organization that moves forward through innovation and continuous improvement. It has the adaptability and resilience to weather the tough times. People feel empowered and have the courage to ask tough questions. It's okay to make mistakes. The level 4 is where we find courage, the ability to challenge the status quo. Level 5 is the level of meaning and purpose. People feel inspired by the vision and the values. There are high levels of trust and a deep sense of purpose, fun, and team spirit. And level 6 are at the level of making a difference. This is a collaborative working environment for staff, customers, suppliers, and the community, where people focus on win-win for all concerned. The investment in leadership development, let me repeat, the investment in leadership development means that leaders are making a sustainable difference both inside and outside their organization. So level 6 is really the level of leadership development. And finally, we find the level of service. This is when making a difference becomes a way of life. For this group, ethics is not about compliance, but truly doing what they believe is right deep down in their hearts. There is a knowing that by doing their jobs, they are serving society and future generations. So that's what a full spectrum organization might look like. Now let's get back to your survey, and I just want to give you one example. So we asked these questions, and again, just a quick show of hands who took the survey. Thank you again. So the first question, select the values and behaviors that most reflect who you are. We want to know who the people are. Select the values that most reflect how your organization currently operates, and your desired culture. What would you desire for your organization to achieve its highest performance? One very quick story of a real company. So this is a technology company in the UK. They were just about to implement 2 control systems. One was an expenses control system, and the second was a time block system. And when the leaders looked at this, they found the personal values: honesty, commitment, reliability, integrity, and trust. They said, what the hell are we doing? We're just about to spend a lot of money on 2 systems that tell our people we don't trust them. And if we look at their personal values, we found out something completely different. They scrapped those investments and they told their people about it. It was an amazing way of starting to create trust. So knowing who your people are and what's important to them is a vital piece of data in being able to create the culture that you want to create. All right, are you ready for your results? How many white dots do you think you have? All right. Okay, I'm serious. Please close your eyes. So before I show you the results, I want you to imagine a group of people stood in front of you. And this group of people are made of glass and crystal. And as I talk, I'm going to fill these people up with certain qualities. The value that forms the foundation in life for this group is friendship. They have ambition. Not ambition for greed and power, but ambition to be of service to others. They transform their own lives through independence, adaptability, and responsibility. What bonds these people together is honesty, commitment, creativity, and humour fun. And above all, they live to make a difference for others. So, you can open your eyes now. What would it be to work with a group of people like that? Sound good? So that's you. What an amazing group of people. And you know, when I look at the dots, this tells a story to me. So 3 dots at level 4 tells me that this is a group of people who are facing their fears, and they're transforming their own lives. And these dots at level 5, 4 dots at level 5, this is a group of people for whom meaning and purpose is central in their lives. On 1 dot at level 6, this is the level called making a difference. So not only is meaning and purpose important to you, but you're already making a difference. This is a remarkable result. Okay, so it's in the current culture where we're going to see how high-performing or where there are underlying problems. And in fact, what we see is another remarkable picture. So leadership development is the #1 value for all of you. In your current cultures, and then teamwork, and diversity, and commitment, and you can read the words for yourself. So let me go back to interpreting the dots. 5 dots at level 4. Wow, this is really transformation in action. You're changing your own lives, and you're changing the organizations you work in, and you're changing the world through this. And a cultural entropy of 10%. Remember I said this was in the very healthy range. So what are you looking for? So you said your #1 value now is leadership development, and the one you would desire most is leadership development. By the way, all these results, I've already posted them online, and you're very welcome to have them all. We're also going to give you all the data cuts, so you can look by the different regions. So all of that will be posted online, and we'll make sure that you've got access to them. And then we look at these matches here. So the word creativity is a personal value that you would like to bring to your organizations more. Commitment is a value that goes right the way across. But then innovation, brand image, accountability, coaching, mentoring, sustainability, these are new words. These, in your opinion, are the new steps that as an organization you need to make in order to create the future that you want to create. So let's talk about creating the future you want to create. There are really 2 forms of decision making. One is making decisions based on our beliefs. And a human belief system often, not all the time, but a human belief system is often created through fears of our childhood and our past. When I did this before, I got smacked, or when I did this before, we lost money. And so you can make decisions through your beliefs, but what you're often doing is making decisions based on those fears of the past, and you're creating that energy in the future. When you make decisions based on your values, you're cutting that link with the past, and you're consciously creating the future that you want to experience. If I want to experience trust in the future, that's the value I need to make my decision based on. So, we have to be transparent about where there might be some issues. And what these numbers tell you, this is the cultural entropy, and those limiting values come at levels 1, 2, and 3. So 67 of you said, there is confusion in my life right now, in my organization right now. There are long hours, and frankly, you guys do incredibly long hours. I couldn't keep up with you. So maybe that's not a limiting value for you. Maybe that's just your passion at work. Hierarchy, bureaucracy. So you can see these words. And I'm not going to dwell on these because it's a very low number. But I wanted to be transparent with you to say, you've got an entropy score of 10%, and here's where it comes from. Okay. So let me go back to our themes for today, which is innovation, entrepreneurship, and corporate responsibility. So as well as being strategies, these are also values, and they fit at levels 4, innovation, entrepreneurship, and corporate responsibility at level 7. And the core message, when you boil this down, is let's transform and make a better world for everyone. And that's really the essence of those 3 values together. Okay, so now you get to do some work. And we're gonna spend the next about 35 minutes working together around these core values. So, the first step is in pairs, so just with the person next to you, I want you to choose one of the personal values in this list here. So ambition, human fun, friendship, all these values here. Turn to your partner and tell them why this is important to you and how you live this value. So we're going to spend about 5 minutes doing that. So just spend a moment looking through that list, see which is the one that means most to you in your life, and then talk to your partner about why that's so important to you. Who feels like they just met someone just a little bit more through their values? So I said before that I have a bunch of beliefs that I don't want you to believe. One of my beliefs is that we're all souls having a human experience. And when you tell somebody your values and tell them from your heart, it's like two souls are touching and you're connecting at a much, much deeper level. So this next piece is probably going to be organized chaos, but organized chaos is totally fine because you can manage it. So I want you to form slightly bigger groups, and you decide it could be a group of 4 when you've got 2 people in front, 2 people behind. It could be a group of 6, so you might want to move a little bit. I really don't mind, but I want you to have a group of at least 4 for this next piece. And so just agree with the people around you now how you're going to just take 30 seconds, just choose who you're going to be working with in a group of 4, 6, 8, or any odd number, it doesn't matter. This group has said, we're going to break the rules and we're going to come up here. This is wonderful. All right. So, step 2. Amongst your group, now we're talking about the desired culture. And the desired culture is what you said you want to create in the future. But 10 values is too much to focus on. So I just want you to choose one. Amongst your group, choose one value from the desired culture that's critical in bringing entrepreneurship, innovation, corporate responsibility to life. So I'm going to give you about 2 minutes as a group to talk about those and choose which one value you're going to focus on. Go. chosen your one value? So your next, you got a longer time now for this. This is a deeper dialogue. This is a dialogue. Oh! So, how can this value, whichever value you've chosen, how can this value create a culture of entrepreneurship, innovation, and corporate responsibility? And then, what are the next steps to create this type of culture in your organizations? And I'm going to give you about 20 minutes to answer that question. Okay, so please take notes. Please start writing stuff down. You're creating amongst you ideas that you really can take back to your organizations. All right, about 20 minutes. 5 minutes, so please take notes. This is all part of the important output creation for everybody outside this hall. to start. I just heard some quite amazing news. There are people who are watching the live stream out there in the world who are forming pairs and discussing this virtually. Okay, so now we're going to completely shift the energy. We're going to do something very different. I want you to quietly, by yourself, so we won't have any music, we won't have any talking. I just want you to take, before you talk to your partner, I just want you to take 2 or 3 minutes to write down your own insights. So this is personal reflection time. Just you, together with yourself and your soul, writing down what's come through about your own life and what ideas you might be taking to your organization. And as part of our energy of sharing, then we're going to ask you to put whatever you write into these boxes so that we get this output generation for the thousands of people out there who want to know what's on your minds. So for the moment, this is just quiet reflection, and you'll tell your partner in a few minutes. So now it's time to find your blessing cards. Can everybody get their blessing card out? Put it in their hand, please. So if it's in here, you need to take it out. So this blessing card isn't for you. This blessing card is for the person that you shared with originally when you talked about your personal values. And the form of words you're going to use is, I bless you with, and you give them the card and you read whatever word is on there. And so you bless them with whatever quality or gift it is that's on that card, and then just take a couple of moments to talk about what's on here. And then you thank that person, and if you feel like it, you can give them a hug as well. So I bless you with, and you give them the card. We're talking about some of the most important stuff in our lives, and I keep saying, 1 more minute. Well, how can that possibly be fair? So you have the rest of your life to figure this stuff out, so please keep this conversation going. And all these results, and a whole bunch, we have a lot of free materials on our website for you to have these conversations in your workplaces, with your colleagues, and even family values assessments so that you can do this at home. And so we'll send you a link to all of that so that you can continue this dialogue. How many people got a hug? Yes! All right, we're just about to close this session. And I have to tell you, I also got blessed. So thank you, I got a blessing and I got a hug. So I got the blessing, receptivity. Thank you so much. So, my final thing I want to say. Every year, I take a leadership guys assessment. I ask all the people that I work with to rate me on how I am as a leader. And a number of years ago, the results told me that they wanted me to be more assertive and really, be more courageous. And somebody said, well, you need to go on assertiveness training and really find out how to make your mark. And somebody else was watching that, and they came to me at the end of the session, and they said, please don't go on assertiveness training. That's not who you are. She said, I have some words for you that I want to give you that will help you through the rest of your life. And I want to share those same words with you because they've helped me up to this point to become who I am. And here are those words. Take a stand from a place of love. And when I say this, I'm not talking about the soft, fluffy love, although that's nice as well. I'm talking about the type of love that means when you know what's right deep down in your heart, you can do the really tough stuff. You can have the courage to do what's right and to take a stand from a place of love. Thank you. Wow, that feels good. All right, now you've got 2 jobs to do. 2 jobs. One, anything that you've written or your output, please find one of us.
Did you like it? Yeah? How much? Awesome. Okay, so as you guys know, you're here for a very special reason. Right? So you can even see it in the name of what this forum is, the Global Youth to Business Forum. And it's special because it's really one of the only ways where youth can interact and speak with business and exchange different ideas and topics and even whether they're controversial or challenging or gain these different perspectives, because it's not every day that we get the opportunity to do this, right? So I hope that all of you got a lot out of this day so far. And now I hope that you are ready for something truly special, which is the opportunity to engage in a conversation with all of these beautiful panelists with me. We're apparently a very beautiful crowd today, all of us. So, who we have here today is representing many different things. So we have students, we have Evelyn, and I guess not students, but youth, Evelyn and Dan, who will be representing the youth voice for us. So Evelyn is the president of ISEC in Australia. Dan is president of ISEC in the UK. We have John Froda here, representing startups, representing a young and dynamic company, which many of you know and are familiar with these names. They're cool. And we have Thomas here, who this is the first time you're meeting him, actually. So first time on stage, so let me introduce you properly. Stand up, stand up. So this is Thomas Madsen Mydale. Okay, Thomas. And he's an angel investor. He's worked with John with Podio, and he's an entrepreneur and an activist, so he's going to be bringing a lot of that perspective to this panel. And then we have another John, who you met earlier today, John Mitchell from UPBHL. And then we have, over here, last but not least, Will McKinnon. So, now that we have all of these different perspectives represented in this room, the topic that we wanted to discuss today, something that's quite relevant for us, and especially in this forum, is perhaps what John has mentioned earlier, is the future of work. Because there's a couple of different ways to see it. So one is that the world is changing. There are new things that we need to cover, new problems that we need to solve, new ways of doing business, but also new people that are joining the workforce, which is you. So Future of Work sitting right in front of us in the audience, and also our online participants. And with that, there's three questions that I want to talk about today. One is work, so the workplace itself and how that can change in the future, what the trends are, what's shaping it. Also employees, so our generation, and your generation of work. And then, and then last, some of the tools and some of the technology that's shaping the way that we do business. Does that sound good to everyone? Yeah? Good topics? Cool. Okay. So the first thing that I want to ask the panelists is I want to kind of explore this concept, this notion that work is no longer a place that you go, but rather it's a thing that you do. Right? So because John here is all about this future of work, Podio, I want to ask your perspective first and see what are your ideas around this. So what is changing with the workplace these days, and what is changing about work and life and how we balance these things?
Yeah, so I don't know if this is on. It's on. Yeah, so it's actually Jennifer McNulty kind of coined that one. The workplace is not a place you go; it's a thing you do. And what does that mean to businesses? First of all, it means that there's no such thing as a core or a gravity center anymore, or at least in many new companies that does not exist. So the idea of building a headquarters that would mirror all your cultural values and so on might be a bit off. And another part of it is if you look at your own work, even in ISEC, most of your time is spent in digital workspaces, whether that is Google Docs or Podio or even in Facebook or whatever. So that's actually your workspace, right? You spend more time, and the older generation spend more time in Outlook and email than they do in the physical space, and they take on their headset, and now they're working because now they're focused on their digital workspace. So why not build physical workspaces that mirror those digital workspaces? Why are we trying to replicate the physical workspaces into digital workspaces? That is the question and I think that's really interesting. Obviously, there's tools to fix this, but there's also a lot about culture and expectation. People working from, any device, anywhere, people working from home, not being part of a team. What are the kind of challenges there? So those are the kind of things that happen when you say the workplace is no longer a center.
So maybe to follow that up, I'd like to hear some perspective from our youth panelists, our young panelists, because I think in ISEC, for all of us that are involved in this organization, that this question applies a lot, and this idea applies a lot to what we do and how this organization operates. So any perspective you'd like to share?
So finally the tech-savvy generation, also tech-savvy. I think, so we spend an awful lot of time, so our main sort of communication method with our distribution model, so with all our different local committees, is obviously through sort of online payments now. And we're also looking at how we can increase our engagement levels through the online payments. So it's a big sort of task of the current generation of the organization to see how it's possible to actually deliver meaningful experiences to people without having a physical connection. And that doesn't mean that physical connection and physical interaction and experiences aren't valuable, because they obviously are. But it's about, I think, how you can deliver more value. And so with that, I think the tools that are coming through in terms of Web 2.0 tools and all these disruptive technologies are really sort of helping us and assisting us in delivering these experiences. But I think still, if you place the conversation in terms of work being a sort of a thing you do rather than a place you go. I would potentially even have a sort of a different tact in terms of what work is for me. I think for me, I think that something that's sort of a thread that's been running through my ISEC experience, I think things that I was doing earlier on as well, is that I don't really see this idea of work or this notion of work probably in the same way that my parents do. They would say that work for them is, they get in the car, they drive, they go to work, they sit behind their desk, and they're sort of down to work. They finish and then they come home, and now they're in home. Whereas for me, my job at the moment is not something I separate like that in terms of the black and white. It's a learning experience for me. And my learning experience sort of might start at home or end at work or whatever. I might be doing little bits of my work at home, and so for me, I wouldn't even draw a line between like work and home life. Probably in the same way that previous generations, my parents, my grandparents would. For them, it was very much that you were sort of driving the economy during the daytime, and then you were driving home at night time. Whereas for me, the way that I would like to approach my work life, when I go and sort of hit the big bad world, is that I would like to do something that sort of delivered a very enriching learning experience both at home and at work.
Thank you, Dan. So I think it's quite interesting, this concept of finding that balance between work and life and where it separates, where one stops and the other starts. So actually, John, I'd like to get some of your perspective on it, especially coming from we're a very established company and like that's been doing things a certain way for a number of years. So I want to hear maybe any thoughts that you have.
Traditional nature of work, traditional jobs will still continue to exist because people need food, clothing. No? Oh, how's that? Even better. All right. Wow. Traditional jobs will continue to exist. Human beings are incredibly flexible tools who can do almost anything. I think what the emerging information economy gives us is a lot of flexibility and a lot of choices. So you'll see trends that are currently continuing to expand even further. Part-time jobs will become more and more important, for example, or the ability to multitask in the workplace. So, you won't stop seeing people build roads or make clothes, but the ability to redeploy those people and to use more piecework and part-time work, I think will continue. Ultimately, I think it's a really liberating thing because it's giving people more choices, even relatively lower down the professional strata. Blue-collar workers now have more choices than they did before. So as education rises and those choices, the ability to get those jobs increases, labour costs won't rise, but the choices of the people in terms of doing those jobs will increase. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all good, and this is the way we're heading, and in fact, it's probably already happened. But I think there are some, for the sake of an interesting panel discussion, there are some big, nasty problems in here. So, for example, if I work remotely, where is home, and where is the physical place where we are together as a unit or as a team? I personally believe that we could significantly be more profitable as a company, my company, if we didn't have offices, but we do, and that's part of what we've chosen to do. And you guys work remotely, but I know the international team, live in one another's pockets, and it's that kind of intense lifestyle. And I think, that's a different kind of experience. So one, where is home? Two, if I'm working all the time, it's nice for you at the moment. When you've got, I'm going to sound like a cliched twat, but when you've got kids, and when you've got, when some of the demands of home are greater, like what is it like to have work interrupting at home? What is it like for us, the state flow? Flow is the state where you're working on something that you're so engaged with that time passes more quickly than you realise. a lot of us know how to get into flow. We put on earphones, we listen to music that gets us to that place. We tell people not to bother us. In a world where I'm doing that, you know, how do I do that at home? What's it like? I don't know. I think there are some tricky problems here. And with the part-time stuff, I think part-time can be really beneficial for people, but it can also be more beneficial for the employer. And I wonder what are the switching costs when you're switching between being mother, part-time copywriter, part-time something else. I think there are challenges in here.
Maybe also that's a job for the unions, you know, to reconstruct themselves and find out that if employers expect employees to be always on 24/7, then no employers expect to bring their kids to work, or they expect to be surfing Facebook 3 hours every morning, or whatever is considered homey, and not just the other way around. So I guess that there will be some, you know, some counter movement as well, in that, okay, my employer expects me to be on during weekends, and I'm doing other stuff in the work hours.
But I think you're all starting from a standpoint of that they're actually being an employer, which is actually kind of interesting. You know, in my work, investing in lots of small companies in basements and garages all over the world, they're working for themselves. Even the employees that are part of the team are on their own journey, because a startup is an extreme learning environment. You have kids out of school joining, becoming heads of sales, etc., etc. So what I'm seeing at all times is, you know, is people actually employed. You know, they've just chosen to be there because currently that's the place where they can grow the most, where they can learn the most, where it's the tribe they want to be a part of. The place that wants to change the things they're really passionate about. You know, that's the talent struggle I'm seeing. You know, that, you know, it's also the bias of a small startup, right? I'm seeing lots of people actually not working for anyone. Even the ones that supposedly has a job. I can tell you from being, like, you know, chairman of these companies, you know, people are just leaving all the time, joining their own startup or doing their own thing, right? You know, it's not like they've committed to doing this for 5 to 10 years straight. For me, that's the fundamental change. That we're back to being kind of craft people who have our own profession, have our own craft, and we then have different places where we do it. And we are commonly, you know, not employed, you know, generally. And sort of the passion really being about startups suddenly, right, you know. When I grew up, you know, startup, being an entrepreneur, that meant being on the dole, that meant the ones that couldn't get a job. It's always actually also still a bit like that. Like, it might be the guys sitting and girls sitting up way back. You know, the people sitting in the back room are always the renegades and the ones that want to sleep. And they're probably, you know, the next Zuckerbergs and Jobs and whatever, you know, the renegades that are actually not going to do. Am I right up there, or?
Not asleep.
They're definitely not, currently not asleep yet. But I mean, that's not sticking out. So for me, like, what is work actually? That's even more interesting stuff.
So I think that's really interesting. I think with that question, we opened up a lot of different concepts. So the workplace itself, also this this lifestyle balance, and it sort of, I guess it depends either on personal preference and also the type of role that you have, whether you're self-employed, whether you work in a big company, whether you work as a startup. So all these different factors affect this. So I want to ask the audience, does anybody have any questions or any interesting perspectives or insight they'd like to share? Virtual delegates also. Okay, here.
No difficult questions. But like, based on what the gentleman next to you said, so I did not catch your name. The question that I have for the other two speakers next to you, sir, is, do you think that leadership is still a relevant concept, given that everyone is going towards startup, everyone wants to be self-employed, everyone wants to do their own things, everyone is being empowered? Is leadership still a relevant issue, or will it be a relevant issue in the future? Thank you.
So I think, just to clarify, I think, you know, in being self-employed is also about being part of something, right? You want to own a part of the company you're working in. You really want to be a part of it. You actually want to participate, right? You want to be where the decisions are made. You want to be part of it. So, you know, just to clarify, you know, obviously we can't all work in the, you know, as single freelance individuals. Most companies are, you know, that's not how creation happens and how value is created. But I think it is the participatory aspects of actually being part of it, fundamentally, legally, etc. That's the big paradigm shift for me.
I actually think that leadership is even more important when you create the culture bottom up. You actually have the choice. Instead of joining an existing culture and creating your own, that's leadership big time. It's not just about, you know, day-to-day management. It's about, you know, what kind of values do you want to instill. You know, I think Will's point was really good earlier about, you know, the significance of what you do. I think that's maybe even more important when you start the company, because then you don't have to turn it around later and hire him.
So the question, is leadership still important if everyone's self-employed? I mean, I think absolutely, because the point that John here is making, I mean, I think there's a real tension between Thomas's points and John's points. Like, can you run DHL with freelancers? Can you build motorways with freelancers? Can you do air traffic control crowdsourced? Can you know, through Twitter? I don't think so. I think one of the really interesting patterns in the future of work is the tension between these megalithic organisations that need to deliver national health services and, you know, big stuff, and then the startup community dancing around the edges, innovating, disrupting, changing things. So I think leadership is constant in both of those. And I think the other thing is, if you haven't yet, and I'm sure you will, but if you become self-employed or you become a freelancer, and you ask any freelancer or any self-employed person, leadership is a day-to-day activity, self-leadership, getting out of bed in the morning, keeping the promises that you made to people, chasing up the crap you don't want to chase up, doing the, you know, it requires you to be a whole business in one person. So, yeah, it's just, it changes, but it's the same thing.
I think if you want a good example of where labour is going, because there's upsides and downsides here, I think you should look at the recent London Olympics, which was staffed by huge numbers of volunteers, huge numbers of paid staff, corporate sponsors, a real kind of federation of people coming together to make something wonderful happen, actually, a really great event. And a lot of that is off the back of information. It just simply wouldn't have been possible to do that 20 years ago. You wouldn't have been able to sign up that many volunteers in that amount of time. It's been a huge administrative undertaking. So those kind of giant projects, particularly in the area of infrastructure, will continue and probably will get even more ambitious. I hope they get even more ambitious, because that will mean that the world is starting to tackle some of the really, really big problems that it has. But it also, the downside of that is lots of people looking for free. Okay? Some of them in relatively menial jobs. So you still need very charismatic leaders in that type of environment, because otherwise nobody will want to work for them.
So, just to kind of go off on a different note, and also kind of connected to the topic of leadership and also how you can engage the people in your workplace, I think a very relevant discussion for us in this is, you know, what are the new generations looking for in the labor market? So what are we as young people looking for, and then how does that connect to, or how does that relate to what startups are looking for, or what large, like, multinational established companies are looking for? So if anybody wants to share.
There's actually some research by Citrix which told you are saying that 75% of the millennials want to have a job where worship. They would pick a job where worship was available, where they decide, you know, what hours they work themselves. That's 70% of the labor market saying that they would pick that job over another job. And that's like a very obvious one. You know, can you design the plan, design the work, or do you have to go into the office? They would have to go back. That's an important one. But I think maybe the question is more crowd.
I think first I'd love to get some perspective from Evelyn and Jan and see, as a representative of youth, what they think.
Cool. I think throughout all the sessions, one common thing that most of the speakers have talked about is the sense of purpose. So I guess when we were talking about whether we want to distinguish work from the workplace and or is it something that you simply do, is that if you manage to, I guess, align your workforce with the purpose of the company itself, then given that there's so many different resources and means that I could, I can pick up a class online that I wouldn't need to pay for anything during my own time, but I would still consider that as contributing towards achieving whatever I was assigned to during work, but I would be doing it really willingly, because I guess I find the value in doing that, because I'm not only, I guess, developing myself, but then I would also be able to perform better during work. So I guess it seems like purpose was one of the things that everyone has mentioned in various points.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think that something that can't be sort of overlooked is these generational shifts. And generational shifts that occur very logically as well. I think ever since you sort of had the world connected in events that sort of bring in the whole world, you start to have very logical shifts which then define generations. So my parents were defined by a very different sort of era than I was. They were defined by one where going to university was a way to stand out from the crowd. Whereas for me, now I'm coming from the UK, where 53% of the sort of young people are going to university. And so, in fact now, just a simple maths tells you that, well, standing out from the crowd isn't going to university anymore. And so there's massive shifts here. I think also like this idea of sense of purpose is huge. I think there's almost like this lost generation at the moment. A generation of people that sort of see things going on, sort of see crisis in banking, sort of corrupt morality in banking, this real sort of thing, and think, oh well, do I want to be part of that or not? Or maybe the way that I can sort of not be a part of that is to define my own sense of purpose, and then be very adamant about finding that in the workplace that I want to get into. And I really do think that there is a greater sort of consciousness of values and values requirement that comes out. That's definitely what I feel.
So then based on what you're saying, our generation's looking for a sense of purpose in whatever we're doing. We're looking for this type of flexibility of these added kind of benefits that working in some companies may offer than others. And also finding an organization or a place that aligns with our sense of values. So then I'd like to address that question again to this side of the panel, and get your perspective on what your organization is doing to address those, or maybe some of the challenges that you see with the shift in what our generation is looking for.
Okay, I think it's key that the pursuit of profit, shareholder return, this is a kind of very 1980s business school way of looking at the world, and it's not good enough anymore. It's not good enough for any organisation, my own included. I think it's quite difficult with some organisations and cultures that are entrenched in that way, but even banking actually serves a very noble purpose. It's the way that you lend people money to get stuff, right? To build houses, to start businesses. This is a very, very noble profession. It's been somewhat demeaned in recent times by the various scandals that we have. But banks that can rediscover that essential social value that they're offering and not being perceived as greedy, money-grabbing, bonus-hugging fat cats, these guys will do really, really well. And they will need some scale, because big projects require big money. So it's not like the big companies will disappear, but those organisations really do need that sense of purpose. In DHL, I talked about earlier on, it was, to get the stuff the people want to the people who want it when they need it. That's a nice easily sense of purpose. Yeah, we care about the money, we care about the numbers because we couldn't pay our employees or our investors if we didn't have that. But that's not the reason we do it. The reason we do it is because it performs an important social function. So it's a very well made point. Thank you.
I just had a comment on the whole thing about purpose, because it's sort of counterintuitive with this much employment and crisis around the world. 20% of youth, according to Urban Legend, in Spain are looking for a job. And then we are saying that they're very picky about it. So I'm just trying to challenge that notion that everyone would take values over actually getting a job in a crisis situation. Is that really so? On a broad scale, or is it like a privileged few with the higher education and all the right ideas?
So I don't know, I mean, coming from, there's an association in the UK that sort of represents all the graduate recruiters. And they say that the vacancies have actually increased over the last 5 years, whilst graduate unemployment has also increased. And they say that it's not necessarily because they're being more picky with the candidates they're approaching, but it's because candidates are becoming much more sort of, on the face of it, picky with who they want to work for. So you see a lot of candidates going towards the sort of the higher end jobs and the sort of more attractive jobs, and then much fewer candidates going towards the career paths which aren't so attractive. And then you try and examine, well, why are some much more attractive than others when the sort of the common motivators, like the wage packet, isn't really that much different. And I think the thread that runs through that is the sort of the company culture that exudes and the work-life balance, like we're going to talk about that again, and what they feel like their life is going to be like when working at a company. Which, again, like my own perspective, talking to my parents, that wasn't necessarily the most pressing thing that was on their mind. The most pressing thing that was on their mind was this idea that I have to get a job to be able to sort of bring them the cash so that I can look after my family. Whereas it seems that there's different things that are more important.
And I also think, I guess, it's hard to put like a generalization comment to say one or the other, or majority or minority. Like for example, in Australia, there are some websites that they essentially put the idea of like when you rank restaurants, like you have different, like you have about the mood, the services, the food, how it looks, and the atmosphere and everything, like something that's really intangible. So they sort of like, there's some, I guess, underground website that's kind of rank multinational corporation and talk about their grant programs. And from my understanding, they can't do it too publicly because there's certain information that they're not supposed to be revealed. So it's sort of like you can find spots that you can look up for that information. And I think the fact that those websites exist clearly indicate that when people are picking what company they want to work for, there's certain criteria that they, in their mind, that they rank one or the other, higher or the other, lower. But it's hard for you to say one would receive more applicants simply because they have a higher ranking in salary, for example, or the other way around, because the sense of purpose is really there, therefore. So I think it's hard to put a generalization on.
So I want to open up this question also to the audience. So as future employees or employers yourselves, is there anything that you'd want to ask the panelists up here, or any perspective that you'd like to know about? We have a question over here.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Lavlin from ISEC in South Africa. So the first thing, yes, you can check us. The first thing I wanted to say, just touching on this matter of people and deciding on where they want to work based on values. I would say, just like Edwin said, we really shouldn't generalize about that. I personally feel, and just from what I've been seeing, and if I take South Africa, for example, being able to decide on where you're going to work based on your values is a huge luxury. And a lot of the time, for example, the companies that provide the best salary packages aren't necessarily companies that have the best values or are making the world a better place, but they've managed to gain such a big market share that they can offer that, and so they get the best graduates in their program. So that's the first thing. And The question I wanted to ask though to the panel was firstly, do we think that the market is, okay, so let me just back up. Earlier in the day, I think it was Vishwan from Mind Valley, he was talking about how, university education might not necessarily be as relevant as it has been. And obviously, he did make a lot of good points. What I wanted to ask though is, do we think that the current global market is actually ready for that? So in terms of employers that are in existence now, do we think that they're ready for a bunch of young people who either don't have good grades or went to varsity and dropped out, or whatever the case may be? Are they willing to take people in just like that because you say you've got some good leadership background? Okay, that's my first question. Second question that I wanted to ask, that was just one. It's just one. Is the market ready? Okay. Yes, that's one. Then 2 questions. I'll be done in a second.
Maybe we can answer the first question first.
Oh, go ahead.
And then
I'll just hold the
we can
mic.
answer the second one.
I actually have a comment on that because I don't think education is going away, and I don't think it should be, because it's a way of creating equality in society at the same time. I think that's mighty important. So I think that people have a right to education, and I actually think we should support that. That being said, I think the future of work is to have continuous education, and I think that's the difference between the industrial model, where you would kind of get your education and then you can fill out a job function for 40 years without reading a book, doing any courses, and what we are going to be doing, because you're going to study all life. Well, I am literally going to study all life as well. So I think that's the difference. Not whether people are going to get formal training and education at all, because I don't think that makes any sense. At least I don't want to go to that hospital.
A point I'd like to make is no company hires you because of what you have done. They hire you because of what they want you to do in the future. And the past may indicate that, and that includes your education. But if that's all you've got to offer, you're not going to get a job. So it's about the promises you can make going forward.
Yeah, just to pick up on John's point, I think one of my favourite quotes is a Mark Twain quote, and it's don't let your schooling interfere with your education. And I think this is a really important point to pick up on when you talk about this lifelong education you're looking for. I think that is the answer to sort of developing as society. It's sort of having a conscious shift from this is our period where we get educated, and then this is our period where we put that education into action. Towards a new model, which is we go through a constant cycle, a constant sort of feedback cycle of education and action and learning, and then re-education and reaction. And with that, I think then you look at the current education system and you think, well, what is that education system providing? What I would say, or what I would hypothesize, is that it's not necessarily providing the hard knowledge and the hard facts that are relevant to employers. As Vishan was saying, it's the stuff that you're studying at university, so studying at university, is going to be irrelevant in 3 or 4 years' time. Which I think the rate of change, if you take like Roger's Law and all this, Moore's Law, you can probably agree with. But then I think there is some very relevant stuff that you do learn at university or prior to university, or if you don't go on university, you go on gap years or exchange years or anything like this. And I think that's life skills. And I think that probably the best thing about university for me was an ability to put off jumping into something without knowing what I was jumping into, and having the time and space and freedom to sort of try my hand at different things so that I could learn what I wanted to do and what would sort of fulfill me as a person. And I think that's what employers should be starting to look at. How did this person, this candidate, use their time at university to really understand what their skills and strengths were, rather than just, was this person able to jump through academic hoops and prove that they can perform under guidelines that have been given to them.
Any thoughts?
So I think to that point, I think what I see with a lot of people like age 25, 27, it really is an amazing time to really get real practice in doing stuff, right? So what I see is a lot of people starting companies at that age because they don't have anything to lose. You know, they're very open. Hopefully, you guys, you know, they don't have any biases or many biases. They're all used to earning very little, and they're able to work like crazy. You know, not like us with kids and everything, where you know we can't put in 80 hours a week because we have a more important project called our kids. So I think you know it is really an age to really value what decision you make and how you start your path ahead. Because I see so many like 40-year-old, 45-year-olds, big house, big car, the whole thing. They want to be entrepreneurs, but it's just really, really, really hard. Because basically you need to have funding and money to earn the same amount of money from day one. You can't really take a lot of risk, right? You're actually just at the intersection where you can take extreme risk. You know, whatever, you're taking an extreme risk no matter what, alluding to John's point earlier. So I think, you know, how do you really balance out getting the actual practice apart from all the theory that's probably already in your head? It's pretty simple, but it all becomes very, you know, like black and white depending on what decisions you make. I see a lot of people that then join an established company when they're 30 years old because, you know, most companies fail, but they're joining from a totally different standpoint because they have shitloads of real actual experience compared to somebody that was on the graduate program and a few years later they're, you know, on that path. So, you know, I would value, you know, not stopping your education and just jumping, but still focusing on getting the most extreme environment for getting as much practice as you can.
I would just say briefly, like, all of these paths are valid. You know, my sister, she's academically oriented, she's great at that, she does her dissertations, she enjoys that, that works for her. Me, I dropped out, you know, I got on with doing what I did. I don't think there's a right path, but that's a really powerful point, all right, I made there. Do what feels right.
Thank you. Okay, my second question quickly. No, I'm serious. You only get one global youth forum a year. Okay, so anyway, the other thing I wanted to ask is, so I'm a politics and international relations student, and one of the things that, one of the things that really, really frustrates me about international businesses is how a lot of their operations are based in countries that have a lot of political instability. And so a lot of the time, their operations in that country tend to exacerbate a lot of the political problems that are there, okay? So the question I want to pose to you guys is, what do you think could be the role of youth organizations like this this is very radical, in lobbying against big companies, whose names I will not mention, but they're involved in lots of oil and mining and in terms of natural. Okay, thanks.
I actually like that question because I think it's very important to think that way and not getting fooled by, you know, smart CSR campaigns. And I think local ownership, you know, what are the local entrepreneurs like? And I know it's an easy question coming from an entrepreneur, but you know, how could ISEC support entrepreneurs in South Africa? So you get local ownership that follows, you know, the ownership and the people working for that company actually is in the, you know, the interest of the community that is around it. Because that's one of the cool things about startups is that they are pretty much where they start, right? So that you might say. Then there's obviously a whole part of this as well.
So I think one thing to keep in mind, though, when we enter this conversation is kind of connecting back to that sense of purpose and why. I think we often make the mistake of categorizing, let's say, a startup with a company that has a lot of sense of purpose and they have a clear picture of the why the company is created. But in the end, really all companies were created with a reason, right? Like they were created with a sense of purpose. They were created with a why. So maybe the future of these companies is really taking a step back and why they were created. So it's not that a lot of these big companies they're doing bad, because in the end, like we need them. Like we were talking about before, we still need things. We still need energy companies. We need all of these things. So just to kind of like segue a little bit into from that point. I think that's something we can keep in mind. I think we're, based on the interest of time, I think there's another topic that we might want to discuss as well, especially since it's a huge thing that we can't really avoid, but obviously it's the trends of the technology trends that are shaping the world today, and especially in an organization like ISEC, for example. Well, like, a lot of conversations that we're having are how can we adapt and how can we reorganize our operations to take advantage of these trends, and to leverage them, and to change the way that we do things. So let's open up this question to the panel. So let's talk about and explore how some of the future tools, how like tomorrow's tools are shaping the way that we do things today.
He's looking at me again. Okay, so as probably the oldest guy on this panel, I'm being asked how new technology is shaping the future of the workplace. Okay, Facebook. Who's been watching the progress of Facebook over the past few weeks and its plummeting share price? I think we really need to be really careful about how we value this stuff, and I think this is something that the markets are really struggling with, because there's definitely value in these new type of information systems that are available to us. Clearly is, but people are really struggling to kind of get a handle on what that value actually means. It's not actually a new problem, because this first happened with the introduction of email. What was the value of email? Now nobody can imagine doing without it. Same with mobile phones, and it will be exactly the same with these new information tools moving forward. What I do know is that if you're a guy who can work out how to effectively value these types of enterprises and these types of tools, you'll make a fortune. Because there's definitely money in that. In terms of what it means for the workplace, or the future of people doing more conventional jobs like mine, just that connectedness to the world means that you will be able to get hold of resources more easily, more cheaply, and deploy them more cheaply, more easily, more speedily than you did before. And if you can master that, then you'll have a head start on your competition. I think it's a trend that will continue.
I think, the one for me that I'll check in is about email and how totally screwed email is. I don't know what your experience is, but with older audiences, if you ask a question like, who gets too much email? Let's do it now. Who gets too much email? And it's even worse, I would say, in kind of corporate workers. Yeah, and it's destroying people, because the culture at the moment is that an email has to be replied to. And actually, in law, there have been cases where CEOs and other corporate officers and directors have been found negligent because they were sent information in an email that they didn't read. But the problem is that the cost of sending an email from me to 800 people here today is next to zero. But the cost to you of processing that email is quite high. Let's say it takes all of you 3 minutes. Then it's cost me nothing, but it's cost you, it's cost everyone 3 minutes times 800 people. So I think we're going to see, and Podio is a good example of this, Facebook, Twitter, we're seeing a move into these tools that people call flow tools, which are much more like a passing river of information that you dip your cup into occasionally, take a little drink, and then dip out. Whereas at the moment, most of us have, I've got about 645 emails starred for reply in Gmail, and I look at the bottom of that pile every so often, and it's so old and outdated that, so email is screwed, I think, is one thing. I think the other interesting trend for the future of work is, most of us now have all of these notifications and alerts in our pocket on a piece of glass, in our mobile phones, and you will have seen those Google glasses. It's not actually science fiction anymore to put that information on glasses, so I could be looking at you now, and in the top left corner I could see that someone had liked my stupid picture of Moscow hotel soap, or whatever. So I think that it would be interesting, because we'll be in work meetings, we'll be having work conversations, and it won't even be our eyes distracted to the laptop, it will be beamed into our eyes. I could be playing Battlefield 3 on PS, I could be playing Battlefield right now, and you'd all, that would be wicked, wouldn't it? So,
I have a comment on this one, and I think we actually lack maybe a higher level of looking at technology in that, technology is not value neutral. A lot of people think that technology is just something doing something for us. But it's true to start with. We create the tools, and then the tools create us. So there is value hidden, like behavioral mechanism hidden in technology. So a tool like Podio or Twitter makes you do things that email doesn't make you do. So it makes you like things. It makes you tap people on the shoulder. Facebook makes people like other people more. You cannot dislike stuff. You can like things. So the inherent value of Facebook is actually tapping people on the shoulder at all times and saying, cool, 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 cool. Whereas, that feature is totally not existing in corporate IT, right? So look at all those tools out there that you're using and see what are the real values that they bring, like email and documents. What is that world? It comes from, the document was made to be printed out and sent. That's why Word was invented. It was not invented to send attached to an email. It was to kind of make it easier to print stuff. And now we use those tools to do something else. So that those tools start to run us. We're not in charge. And I think that's the most important thing. The best feeling that you have with technology is when it just works the way you want it to. That's why people just set up Dropbox or whatever for their company and ignores IT entirely and just start using the consumer-grade products because they're much easier to use, and we are happy. So I think that's where we should come from. It's like saying, okay, what's wrong with these hierarchy and command control tools where you have to ask the IT department to set up a workspace in SharePoint or whatever, and it takes 2 months and you never get that. And you can do it like this and whatever tool online is even for free. These are the changes, what kind of value these tools are actually bringing. Not just the value as efficiency gain and productivity gain, but the value in terms of what behavior they are actually leading towards. More sharing.
But I think, John, what you're basically talking about is kind of this, which transcends all we've spoken about today, is like this humanization of everything, right? We're shifting from industrial thinking to human thinking. And that's basically what's happening in the tool space, that it's people who are thinking about how people use tools that are actually making conscious design decisions in how we design products, how we create them, how they shape culture. And that's really what's happening, right? That we're building tools to empower human beings, not the industrial thinking that is common, which kind of transcends the whole thing, that a lot of the stuff we've spoken about is really looking at everything from a very humanistic standpoint compared to, an economy standpoint or whatever it might be. So that's really the challenge for people like you. How do you create technology, right? Most of you guys here probably don't consider yourselves technologists, but technology is 50% of the world, right? I'm sitting on a piece of tool called a sofa. I have this tool called a bottle here that lets me transport water. It's really efficient. Everything in life, we just call it technology if it's new, right? Everything else we just take for granted. But what happens when people like you start creating technology? And obviously, whether you can do it or not, design it, create it, shape it, because technology really changes the context of everything, right? It's the most, if you want to create change, it's the most radical way to create change using technology tools, or creating technology tools. It's pretty simple, it's nothing, quasi-intelligent or anything. I'm the level of Will's basic statements here. But I would really challenge you to look at technology that way. How can you create it? How can you shape it? How can you make it master it instead of it controlling you, right? I think that's the big shift.
So John, I'm actually interested in hearing your perspective on how do you deal with some of these, requests or these challenges for technology that's more user-friendly when maybe you've already have a system established. And then how is that also tying back to youth? How are you dealing with that in terms of your employers and what they're looking for, your employees, sorry, and what they're looking for, and dealing with that on a daily basis?
As an IT director, you mean? Okay. So, it's interesting. I'll answer a little obliquely, if I may. We've recently been doing some IT leadership work inside the company, and we shipped in some consultants to help us, the way big companies do. And one of the things they told us, and it was a message that really hit home to our leadership team, was that there won't be any CIOs in the future. So you guys here who've all got aspirations to be CIOs, I'm sorry, that job is gone. Because the best thing an IT guy can do in a company these days is, and it sounds like a cliche, but John said it, is liberate the workforce. It's liberate the workforce. Because, you know, the generation, my generation and the generation ahead of me, they still struggle a little bit. And the email dysfunction that Will refers to is a great example of that. But your generation, you are plugged in and connected, and you do not think about it the same way. It's like a second limb for you, or a third limb, or a fourth limb, sorry. Fifth limb, I know. But it's part of you. And it will become less and less about the delivery of the bits of cable and the boxes, and more about what you can do with it. And you don't particularly need to be a technologist to deliver that. There'll always be a requirement for a guy to take your call and come and fix something. Those are jobs that aren't going away. But in terms of IT directors designing the IT strategy and the job I really hate actually are architecture guys, infrastructure, architecture. These jobs will become increasingly less and less relevant because it's what you do with it, not what it is that counts.
Okay, so does anybody in the audience or any of our virtual delegates have a question?
Just read it out.
My name is Vlad, I'm from Russia. So, with my question, I want to link the one about the education, which has been asked, and this topic about the technology, one question. So, what is the main, maybe, at least one of the main roles of education now? Is, okay, there is, for example, some lecturer who is giving some information, some knowledge to the students, to teachers. But now we are getting to the world where information is getting open. So there is Wikipedia and so other lots of data of information, and maybe in nearest future we will have like really huge data of all the information collected all over the world, and everyone can have access to this base, let's say. So what will be the role of education in this case? How do you think how it could look like, and would it be still relevant?
There's an amazing guy called Sugata Mitra, and he's an Indian professor. He's done this program, you can see his TED talk. He basically him and his colleagues noticed that the quality of education falls the further you get away from Delhi. So what he did was, he went really far away from Delhi, and he put a Windows computer in a wall with no instructions, no teaching, no tutorial. And the kids in the village taught themselves how to use the computer. Then they taught the older people how to use the computer. They learned English, but English as if it was a Windows PC. And now I spoke to him, and he said he's experimenting. He's working in Newcastle. He's working in Boston. He's like, you know, you've got deprived communities. We need to sort out your education in the Western world as well as in my homeland. And he's now experimenting with, he wants to fly over deprived areas, dropping technology, and people just picking up technology and teaching themselves. So I think, you know, education, when there's an abundance of information, and there's the Khan Academy, and there's TED videos, and there's Wikipedia, and there's all of these crazy communities who are really specialists in car engineering and spreadsheets and IT software development. You know, I don't know, the role of education becomes entirely different. My dad's a teacher. I'd love to know what he would make of it, but I think there's going to be a much larger self-led component. And check out the Sugata Mitra TED video. It's totally inspiring.
I'd like to add to that. I think actually somehow I disagree, because I think you're right that technology can enable and empower, But I think the role, like the real question was, what's the role of education? And just assuming that education will be around for a little while, I think that what we need to learn is how to find out what's trusted sources, what's real, what's manipulated, what is valid, right? We have problems like with censorship of Wikipedia. It's a fact. It's not just out there in a form that you can take for granted. You need to work with education when it comes to finding out what is actually real data and what is not real data. And I think that's the most important part of, or at least one very big important part of education going on for the future. Is helping students to find out what is actually the real data they're looking at and what is bogus. You can find tons of stuff on the internet. It doesn't mean that it's true. We talk about information as if it's good. Information is not good. It's just data.
Really interesting question to think about. Do we have any questions from our virtual delegates from ICTV? No? Okay. So we have a question over here.
Hi, so my question is about technology, the current topic. So I'd like to get the opinion of our panelists on the direct link, or perhaps the link that we can see between, the fast growing industry of technology and how there's like just new things coming up every day, and the issue of consumerism. Because we know that, when we have new technology, it's also like making people want to get that technology, and like everyone's just going to collect everything, like an iPad, an iPhone, or everything. And also in how you think it's going to impact our society, and especially that we're also considering about, sustainability in the future. That's it.
Okay, I'll try. By the way, where are you from?
Hello. I'm representing Isaac France, but I'm originally from the Philippines.
Okay, thank you. Not every bit of the technology market is growing, and there's plenty of companies that are struggling. You look at Sony posting very poor results, and Nokia posting very, very poor results. So it depends in which space you're in. So I think technology is becoming less and less a kind of a thing. It's more about how you use it. Now there are still some clear breakthroughs that we can see coming, that the company that first manages to produce those is going to make a lot of money and be very successful. Rollable screens, it's got to be coming soon. I know there's loads of people working on that. That's a great technological innovation. But it will become more and more ubiquitous, and you'll stop thinking of it as technology. As Thomas said, you'll start thinking of it as a bottle, a plastic bottle.
So I think let's take another question, and then let's wrap up with some closing thoughts from the panelists, or some closing comments from this day. So right over here. See how fast the mic can get to you. Not so bad.
That mic needs an interface designer.
I'm Philip from Germany. My question would be, what is the role of technology when it comes to foster human interaction and emotional connectivity?
To stay out of the way. No, like not stay out of the way. Like technology, you shouldn't feel that you're using technology. That's my whole point. We are in a very early stage of everything, the internet, the iPads. We will laugh in 20 years about how awkward Twitter was. And I think, technology has to step into the background. It's not you don't need a manual in 20 years to manage that phone. It's just something perfect. A microphone or something you do. Technology has to step away. You need to get, you need to get the interface away from people.
Just shortly, but I think to what John spoke about earlier, we also really need to look at what the technology is doing, right? Facebook it's making us like a lot of things and connect with a lot of people we actually don't really know, because it's in Facebook's interest to earn more money and spend more of our time, right? I get 150 people congratulating me on my birthday, of whom 145 of them never would have known what date my birthday was, never would have called me up or texted me and sent me a message, right? So I think, we're creating a lot of artificial connection, which is good because it's openness and it's a level of participation that means you can create new relationships. But we should also really be aware when it's really artificial. Is it really real? How do I react to 150 people whom I don't really actually know congratulating me on my birthday? They don't even know how old I am. It's like, and then that becoming a thing, right? So I think we need to really look very gentle at it and be very conscious about the design we do, and really be aware of the intent of the services we're using, right? Because the intent in many instances is to use it more for the sake of making more money, showing more banners for Mr. Zuckerberg's personal income, right? So I think there's a long way to go there. We're very early in these social tools.
I think another thing, and this might link to your point about consumerism and the dangers of sort of more consumerism because there's more things out there to consume, which I don't know whether was answered or not. But I think as you get more technology and technology starts to interfere with the sort of social dynamics of friendship groups, family, workplace dynamics, all of this sort of thing, ultimately what's happening is complexity is increasing. And complexity is sort of increasing sort of year after year after year. What's then needed is there needs to be a sort of paradigm shift in the way that we as sort of users and consumers of all this technology can deal with that complexity. Ultimately what's required is greater depth of thought, because the world isn't so simple anymore. The world isn't so simple anymore as you're living in a village where all you know is that village and there's 30 people that live in the village. Now, as you say, you've got 150 people that say happy birthday, of which you probably don't even know, sort of link the names, the faces, the personalities of all those people that are doing it. So I think what's required is a greater amount of depth of thought, and depth of thought for me is a function of leadership. So I think a sort of nice thing to bring it back to is this idea that is leadership relevant anymore? Well, yes, it's sort of more relevant. It's ever more relevant. Because life is becoming more complicated, and we can either choose to deal with it or we can choose not to. And that's what I think the sort of latter option isn't very attractive.
Thank you. So, just to wrap up the panel for the evening, I think we've had a lot of interesting questions, a lot of interesting insights and perspectives from different generations and also different backgrounds of how we work. So, do any of you guys have any final thoughts or comments that you want to share to close the day? Or anybody in the audience, if anybody wants to share something? Yeah.
I think I could go on. The reason why we're all up here on the stage, hopefully, the reason why we're all in the room is because we want to make the world a better place for us and for the sort of people that follow us. And I think if you follow on from conversations about this idea of complexity, which is ultimately the place that we're getting in with the way that business is evolving, the way that technology is evolving, I think we require a different currency of life. You have this currency of life that when life was simple, the currency of life was money. And then the sort of currency of life at the moment is time, where sort of money is time. Time is money. But I think ultimately then that begs a different question, which is what do you do with that time? And I think you can either choose to use that time with a great level of thought and sort of trying to understand where you are, where the world is, or not. And so I think the big thing for us to all sort of take away, and the big thing that I've sort of been wrestling with over the last couple of years is how do I spend my time most wisely so that my depth of thought can increase. Then after that would be, well, what's the currency that will evolve after that as society evolves?
Just to add to that, I would want to have you give me a pledge. You're just about to make a really important career decision on the paths of your lives probably very soon. And I really want you to know there are two options that you really should consider apart from all the stuff that's currently in your heads. One thing is you could actually start your own company. It is actually possible. A lot of people will help you. All other entrepreneurs are out there to help you because they always remember the people that helped them when they started. Second thing is there are actually jobs in startups where you can get great experience and join the basement when the Napoleon was 7 people or 8 people or something like that, right? In Berlin, there were more jobs created in startups than any other industry the last 12 months. So there are actually really jobs, and there's a lot of challenges. So my pledge to you is really consider. It's much more difficult to find these jobs and these networks compared to somebody coming to you offering you a job, because you are some of the brightest of our generation, right? Or your generation. I'm getting old. But please do consider, find the local startups in the community, hook up with them, see what, at least explore the opportunity. Could be that it's not the right thing for what you're on track to do, but please do consider it. Can you pledge that? Yeah.
So they cannot apply for a job at Podium. They have to start themselves. So how big is a startup? How big can a startup be? 600.
So I think a key takeaway from this day is that whether it's in a startup or whether it's in not so startup anymore, like the case of Bodhi, or whether it's in a company that's been established for a while, there's always a avenue for you to impact change in some way or another. And I think that's what we learned a lot today, that our generation is going to really change the way we do things, change the way that the world operates, and change the way that we work. So with that, I'd like to close this panel, and I thank all of you panelists for your time, your thoughts, and your insight. And thank you to all of the audience for your attentiveness and your thought-provoking questions, and thank you as well to the virtual delegates who participated. So with that, I'd like to welcome someone very special on the stage, my teammate and very important person in the overall production of this entire day, which I think was fantastic, Nakul Asija.
Good. So before we start a wrap up of the day, I think the energy in the room is fantastic, and we need a massage. So for the freshers present in the room, like Will, who don't know, and Ed, who don't know what an Isaac massage is, so can you guys all stand up? And turn to your left. On one side and start massaging. Hello. Can we make some sounds of relaxation? Can we How was the day? One thing that I said, that what can you expect from today? First thing was, you guys can all expect to be challenged. Challenged in your opinion, challenged on the way you think, challenged on your perception on what businesses think. The other thing was, it will be a day where you have a peek into the future. And the last thing that I said yesterday was, you'll be able to figure out how ISEC fits in all of these discussions. So I think there has been a lot of interesting thoughts and opinions shared during the entire day. Opinions and new ideas, not just within the 19 and 21-year-old people sitting in this room, but also slightly older people sitting in the front row as well. So I would like to open the floor for you guys to share your experiences, and it doesn't mean the floor is open for the 19 and 21-year-old people, but also to everyone. We'd like to hear the opinion of the businesses, of our corporate partners who attended today. What do they think? What was their experience? We have some freshers in the room, like Will. How was your experience? How was your first experience of a touch point with ISEC? So the floor is yours. I'll run around taking the mic as the entire day. Two. Anyone? Have one.
Should I say my name again? Yes. Okay, I'm Pamela from ISEC Rwanda. And I think in general we have very good ideas and very good projects going on, also with the partners and everything. But one aspect that I'm missing from a personal engagement is that we as ISEC should also focus more on projects within the area of water, sanitation, and hygiene. Because it is a very crucial factor, especially in the African and Asia-Pacific region. So just as a kind of sparkle or like hint, I think that is something we should focus on in ISEC more.
Hey everybody, well my name is Anaí, I'm from Bolivia, and well the day was amazing. Like I always dream to have my company. When I go into ISEC, I realize that this is possible, and I am also studying entrepreneurship. So I come back to Bolivia. After the university, I think I want to do something, a big company, and do something very good for my, especially for my country.
Okay, hello, my name is Francis, I'm from ISEC Ghana. Today has been very long, and
especially the breaks. It's gone on and on. But all in all, I had a great time. I mean, it got to a time I kind of got sleepy, but the energy just kept bouncing back whenever we had to like make noise, or should I say acknowledge what the speakers were talking about. And the thing that really got to me today was the fact that businesses came all the way here to express themselves to us and let us know that we are part of something really, really good. Or should I say, we are all here because of the greater good. And the one statement that I got today that really got to me, that I have to reflect on, and I want all of you not to forget, I think came from, I do not remember his name exactly, but it came from him. And the statement was, what have you done today that you're proud of? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Martin from Isaac Austria. I really loved the day. It was perfect, it was inspiring and overwhelming kind of. What I want to stress out is something that Florian said to us. That it's not enough to hear inspirational speeches and say, oh, big speeches, but that it's actually up to us to then take action and to do something. And I tried to talk to all of you speakers, and what actually came out was just do it. So whoever now is hesitating, is thinking about doing something and just thinking, do it.
Hello everyone, I'm Yu Jia from China. I'm from China. Today I got very from China. Where is? Yeah. Today I got very emotional. I cried for like 3 times because I am the delegate for Global Youth Voice Conference, and it's going to be the closing part is tomorrow. And to be short, I really appreciate being here with you all. Perhaps I can want to express my feelings now in the sentence follows. I love you all. Я люблю тебя. 我爱你们。Bachbik. Is it Bachbik? Is that right? Diamo. Okay, thank you very much. I love you all.
I guess those were some Russian phrases that you had in the
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. My name is Ramon. I'm from ISEC in Puerto Rico. So for me, one of the best things about today is the fact that it's always nice to get some external validation about the things that we do. A lot of times, yeah, we know that we're trendsetters and that we're ahead of the curve. But when we're out there working, sometimes it's a little frustrating because it feels like the world hasn't sort of like caught up to us. But having these speakers here telling us that what we're doing is right, that we're headed in the right direction, that we've got the right idea, having this level of validation is actually a big relief. It's a big relief, it's a big support to know that there are people out there who keep the same mindset as us. So thank you so much for coming here and telling us all these great things.
I would like Phil to play a great role in execution of the day, and I believe he's played a great part in connecting the day together. So Phil, would you like to share your first experience with ISEC, working with ISEC?
I would like to share my experience. You know, I only found out about ISEC about 4 months ago, and I read that ISEC's promise was to create the leaders of tomorrow, and that promise is being fulfilled. It's amazing to see what I'm seeing. I'm so proud of you.
Any more sharings from the first row? Stephen, corporate partners, corporate attendees.
Hi everyone, I'm David from Deutsche Post DHL. Last year was my first... Whoa! Last year I had the experience in Kenya. I knew when I was coming to this year, and I'm already looking forward to Egypt. My big lesson today is really Deutsche Post DHL is so doing the right thing being a global partner. Long may it continue.
Okay, it's like... Thank you, David. And that certainly reaffirms the belief that some of the leading corporations of the world, the reason why they partner with ISEC is because there is certainly a huge value alignment. And we cannot deny that, and that's the reason why we partner with every global partner that we have. So thank you to all our global partners who are attending Youth to Business Forum today. So we've had a first round of sharing on what was our experience today. Of course, it was very impactful, very emotional. But what's the next step? So we've had quite a lot of good ideas in this room. We've had quite a lot of meaningful conversations with some of the most experienced people in business today, some of the most innovative people in business today. What's the next step? How can we ensure that as participants of Global Youth to Business Forum 2012 in Moscow, how are we taking this next step and implementing those ideas? Would you like to share? Or if you haven't figured out, it's okay, these guys will help you out.
I am Soweto from South Africa. My name will change all the time, don't worry. The next step that I'm taking after Global Youth Voice 2012, there's an organization that I work for outside of ISEC called Basis Academy, whereby we teach kids maths and English and life skills on Saturdays. And I got a chance to speak about it to some of the speakers. And what I'm going to do when I go back home is to make sure that that organization that is currently an NGO, an NPO, pays me by the time I'm 20, and I'm going to work for it, and I'm going to make sure that the organization becomes bigger and better because it's an organization that is needed by the community. Thank you.
Before we have further sharing, we would like to hear from our virtual delegates as well. They've been awesome. We've had quite a lot of unique visitors on our IC Live page. So we haven't had any kind of sharing from this side. So there's still some time you can wake up your neighbor.
Hi, my name is Tala. I'm from ISEC US. What really struck me today was when we talked about the framework of organizations and how ethics isn't really about compliance, but it's really about serving society. And it made me think about how ISECers can better align our values with our programs and how we truly serve society. And then through that, we can better respond to market trends and what's happening in society in a much quicker rate, so our impact can be greater.
Hello everybody, I'm Lena from Russia. I'm just delegate of Global Youth Voice. I'm not an ISECer, but I believe I will be an ISECer. And I do love
was awesome. And thanks everybody who worked with me and who was on my workshop. It was amazing. I do like it. And we're sharing good ideas with each other. So thank you very much.
Bit of micro experience, mission accomplished. Cool. So I think we're talking a lot about like changing things and going back home. So I would like to hear from someone who does a business around changing things and making sustainable businesses and everything. So Will, what are you going to change when you go back home? What are you going to change in your company?
I don't know how many of you know Nakul, like, directly, but it's just, he knows how to get right to the exact thing, to unlock the armor. Smart. For me, what I love about you guys is the rituals, the insane, weird, infectious kind of things that you do with your hands and your faces and your voices. I would love it if in my team, every time someone said, who's working on the Barclays account, everyone would go, woo! Every time we come in the morning and say, are you excited? Yeah! How much? This much! That's it, Nakul. I'll get you later.
I thought you were definitely going to say that I'm including massage in my early morning check-in with my staff. Cool, so we finally have a sharing from the virtual delegates. So I'll make a sprint to the top.
Okay, just let me get to them. It's Rebecca from New Zealand. She says she really enjoyed Phil's presentation on the values. It allowed her to connect through the same values and have really awesome discussions. And most of them said that they're really feeling that they're here and they're really enjoying seeing all of their energy. That's why they're doing the sessions and all of this stuff. And let me read you another. Following the Youth to Business Live makes me feel proud to be an ISECer. I realized the importance of ISEC in the world. It is through Youth to Business that I saw that the world needs us. That's Max Rempillo for Philippines.
So last sharing from anyone. Let's go.
So, I'm not going to reiterate all the other points of it being an amazing youth business. Probably it is the best one that there has ever been, hands down. But one thing that I did want to reiterate, which was said by my good friend from Austria, I forgot the name. But the key is that when we go back to remember that phrase that we heard earlier today, which is that you're only a failure if you don't learn from your mistakes. In ISEC, the purpose of it is for us to fail, or to have the chance to fail and to recover. To never be afraid of failure. So, my only request is that we all go back, we all implement every idea that we have, commit to our goals, and if we fail, just learn from your mistakes.
Can I add another phrase to that? If we fail, what's the worst that could happen? Good, so before closing Y2B for the day, as Y2B project manager, I have to give out some acknowledgements. So give me. So first of all, my biggest acknowledgement to the delegates today, and not only physical delegates but virtual delegates. I know it was tough waking up at 5 a.m., having a half an hour, 40-minute long bus journey and waiting here for an hour and then going through a very heavy agenda. So I hope this entire day was worth waking up at 5 a.m. And I would like if you guys give a big round of applause for yourself. Massive thanks to our speaker, to our guest speakers, Phil, Will, Carsten, Vishen, John, and Thomas. A big round of applause for them. And last but not least, is it done? Good. So last but not the least, so as much a dream, so I guess this is the sign that we should really close right away. But I have one really heartfelt acknowledgement to make, if you guys let me. So as much a dream, Global Youth to Business Forum in Moscow 2012 was a dream for me. This dream was actually started by someone called Andrea Hiraldo, who when she started her role as a business development manager on AI 11-12, and she started the conception of this project, and I took over from her when I joined ASIC International recently. So a big round of applause for Andrea Hiraldo, and wait. And the virtual delegates who we cannot hear the applause from can flood her Facebook wall congratulating her. So I hope the purpose of Youth to Business Forum, that youth creating, challenging and connecting businesses has been achieved. So Y2B in Moscow is closed, and see you in next edition in Egypt.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, before you get up, there's something that I want to do on behalf of all of the 900 physical delegates and the 3,500 virtual delegates that participated with us today. And I'd like to call back on stage Nakul. Come back. Because this was Andrea's dream, and she wanted this to happen. And Nakul has spent so many sleepless nights, you should see the bags under his eyes, but so many sleepless nights working to make this dream possible for Andrea, for all of you guys, and for this organization. And I really want to give him one last round of applause, and also give the CC, the Congress Committee that helped to make this dream logistically possible, a huge round of applause.
depart like at 7:30. There'll be 4 buses, and they're only for Global Youth Voice delegates. And for IC delegates, will be 10 more buses at 7:45. Please don't confuse the buses because only buses for IC delegates go to Portsmouth. So if you want to find yourself in Romania today, please be attentive. Yeah, have a good time.